The soft hum of a forgotten future, a gentle whisper from a time that once was, settles around you. Imagine, if you will, a world teetering on the precipice of its own making, a world not unlike our own, yet diverging in ways that would forever alter the course of human history. This is the story of that world, of its grand ambitions and its ultimate, fiery demise, a prelude to the long slumber of Vault 13. Before the bombs fell, before the world was scoured clean by the breath of nuclear fire, there was a different kind of war, a slow, insidious creep of global tension. The mid-21st century was a crucible of paradoxes. Humanity had achieved wonders, fusion power promised limitless energy, advanced robotics redefined labor, and medical science pushed the boundaries of life itself. Yet beneath this gleaming veneer of progress, a rot festered. The Earth's finite resources, particularly oil, were dwindling, igniting conflicts that spanned continents. The United States, a bastion of technological might and capitalist ambition, found itself increasingly isolated and paranoid. The old alliances frayed, replaced by a desperate scramble for what remained. It was into this volatile atmosphere that Vault-Tec Corporation emerged, a beacon of hope, or so it seemed. Founded in 2042, Vault-Tec presented itself as a private defense contractor, but its true calling, its grand, terrifying vision, lay in safeguarding humanity from the inevitable. Their pitch was simple yet profoundly compelling. As the world spiraled towards nuclear annihilation, only those sheltered in their state-of-the-art underground bunkers, the vaults, would survive. Their marketing campaigns were relentless, saturating every available medium with images of smiling families safe within reinforced concrete, enjoying the comforts of a pre-war life while the world above burned. They promised self-sufficiency, security, and a future free from the horrors of the wasteland. For a price, of course, and often for a lottery ticket to a chance at survival. But Vault-Tec was more than just a purveyor of doomsday real estate. It was a clandestine partner in a vast, government-sanctioned social experiment known as the Societal Preservation Program. The vaults, numbering in the hundreds, were not merely shelters, they were laboratories. Each one was designed with a specific, often cruel, experimental parameter, a variable in a grand, morbid equation. Some vaults were overpopulated, others underpopulated. Some were designed to test psychological resilience, others genetic manipulation. There were vaults filled with clowns, vaults where only one man and 100 women resided, vaults where inhabitants were subjected to mind-altering drugs. The vast majority were not designed for long-term survival, but for observation, for data collection on the human condition under extreme duress. The stated goal was to understand how humanity could rebuild after a global catastrophe, but the true motivations were often far more sinister, a cold, scientific curiosity divorced from empathy. Amidst this sprawling network of experimental prisons, there existed a rare few, designated as control vaults. These were the anomalies, the ones where the inhabitants were meant to survive, relatively unmolested by Vault-Tec's more perverse designs. Vault 13 was one such facility. Its purpose was to serve as a baseline, a stable environment where a healthy cross-section of American society could endure the apocalypse with minimal interference, their long-term survival intended to be a benchmark against the myriad failures of the experimental vaults. Its inhabitants, carefully selected for their skills, health, and psychological profiles, entered believing they were the fortunate few, the chosen ones who would emerge to reclaim a new world. They were promised a comfortable life underground, a sophisticated ecosystem designed to sustain them for centuries, until the surface was once again habitable. As Vault-Tec spun its web of promises and deceit, the world above continued its inexorable slide towards oblivion. The resource wars escalated. The European Commonwealth fractured, its nations tearing each other apart over dwindling oil reserves. The Middle East became a barren, irradiated wasteland early on, a precursor to the global catastrophe. But the most significant conflict, the one that truly set the stage for the Great War, was the Sino-American War. For decades, China and the United States engaged in a brutal struggle for the last vestiges of fossil fuels, particularly the Alaskan oil fields. This conflict saw the deployment of advanced military technology, power armor became a common sight on the battlefield, and the development of fusion technology, while promising a new energy future, also fueled the war machine. Anchorage, Alaska became the symbol of this protracted struggle, a frozen hellscape where American soldiers, clad in T-51B power armor, fought tooth and nail against Chinese invaders. The war dragged on, draining both nations of resources and sanity. Propaganda became pervasive, painting the enemy as monstrous, dehumanizing them to justify the escalating violence. The American government, increasingly authoritarian, established the Enclave, a shadowy organization comprised of high-ranking government officials and corporate executives, intended to preserve the continuity of the United States government should the worst occur. They would retreat to secure, isolated facilities, waiting for the dust to settle, planning to re-establish their dominion over a shattered world. Vault-Tec was in many ways an extension of the Enclave's long-term planning, a public face for a much darker agenda. The public, meanwhile, grew increasingly accustomed to the specter of nuclear war. Duck and cover drills became a routine part of school life. Backyard bomb shelters, often flimsy and ill-equipped, were marketed as essential. The fear was palpable, a constant, low thrum beneath the surface of everyday life, a grim acceptance that the end might truly be nigh. Yet life went on. People worked, loved, laughed, all while the mushroom cloud loomed ever larger in the collective subconscious. The promise of the vaults, however distant for most, offered a sliver of hope, a desperate bargain with an uncertain future. And then it happened. Not with a whimper, but with a bang, a symphony of destruction played out across the globe. October 23, 2077. The day the world ended. There was no warning, no long build-up to the final strike. The precise trigger remains a matter of historical conjecture, lost in the immediate chaos. Some say China launched first, others America, and some whisper of a simultaneous, desperate exchange. What is certain is the speed and ferocity of the assault. Within a matter of hours, the entire planet was engulfed in a firestorm. Missiles arced across the sky, leaving fiery trails against an already darkening dawn. Cities, once vibrant hubs of human activity, were vaporized in blinding flashes of light, followed by monstrous shockwaves that flattened everything in their path. The roar of explosions was deafening, a sound that tore through the fabric of reality, followed by an eerie, profound silence as the dust and ash began to ascend. For those outside the sanctuary of the vaults, the experience was brief and terrifying. A flash brighter than 1,000 suns, searing retinas and etching the final moments of existence into the very air. Then the immense pressure wave, crushing buildings, tossing vehicles like toys, and finally the heat, incinerating everything in its path. Those who survived the initial blast faced a slow, agonizing death by radiation sickness, or the collapse of civilization itself. The sky turned a sickly orange, then a perpetual gray, as nuclear winter descended, blotting out the sun. The air filled with radioactive fallout, a silent killer that permeated every breath. The Great War, as it would come to be known, lasted less than a single day. But its consequences would stretch for centuries, forever altering the landscape of Earth and the trajectory of humanity. The world that emerged from the ashes was a twisted mockery of its former self. Cities were reduced to skeletal ruins, their towering structures now mere monuments to a forgotten age. Rivers ran black with pollutants, forests withered, and the very ground became toxic. The delicate balance of nature was shattered, giving rise to grotesque mutations, creatures born of radiation, their forms warped and twisted, predatory and dangerous. Humanity, too, was changed. Those who survived on the surface, the wastelanders, formed desperate communities, scavenging for scraps, battling raiders, mutated beasts, and the constant threat of radiation. Knowledge was lost, technology regressed, and the grand ideals of the pre-war world were replaced by the brutal pragmatism of survival. The concept of nation-states, of global powers, evaporated, replaced by scattered settlements and warring factions. For generations, the world would remain a dangerous, unforgiving place, a testament to humanity's destructive capacity. Deep beneath the scorched surface, the vaults, those gleaming promises of salvation, sealed their massive, gear-driven doors. Their inhabitants, the chosen few, entered a state of suspended animation, unaware of the true horror that unfolded above, or the clandestine experiments that awaited many of their brethren. Vault 13 in particular closed its massive steel maw, its residents settling into their new, sterile home. They believed they were safe, that they were the future. They were the control group meant to emerge after decades, perhaps centuries, to a regenerated world, a blank slate upon which to rebuild civilization according to the old ways. As the heavy gears of Vault 13's door ground to a halt, severing its connection to the dying world above, a new chapter began. A long, silent vigil, a period of waiting in the dark, while the world outside underwent its agonizing transformation. The inhabitants of Vault 13 slept or lived out their lives in quiet routine, dreaming of a future they could only imagine, unaware of the complex web of lies and experiments that had led them to their underground sanctuary. They were survivors, yes, but also unwitting participants in the greatest, most tragic experiment ever conceived by man. And for now they simply waited as the ashes settled and the long, quiet age of the wasteland began. As the heavy gears of Vault 13's door ground to a halt, severing its connection to the dying world above, a new chapter began. A long, silent vigil, a period of waiting in the dark, while the world outside underwent its agonizing transformation. The inhabitants of Vault 13 slept or lived out their lives in quiet routine, dreaming of a future they could only imagine, unaware of the complex web of lies and experiments that had led them to their underground sanctuary. They were survivors, yes, but also unwitting participants in the greatest, most tragic experiment ever conceived by man. And for now they simply waited as the ashes settled and the long, quiet age of the wasteland began. The initial days within Vault 13 were a blur of organized chaos, a testament to Vault Tech's meticulous, if morally bankrupt, planning. The carefully selected residents, a diverse cross-section of American society, engineers, doctors, farmers, teachers, scientists, and skilled laborers, were guided through the labyrinthine corridors by stern-faced Vault Tech personnel, themselves part of the initial deployment before the final sealing protocols were initiated. Families huddled together, their faces a mixture of relief and profound grief for the world they had left behind. The hum of the environmental controls, the sterile scent of recycled air, and the omnipresent glow of fluorescent lights quickly became the new normal. For the first few years, the focus was on establishing routines, familiarizing everyone with the Vault's intricate systems, and fostering a sense of community amidst the shared trauma. Children attended classes in well-equipped classrooms, adults took up their assigned roles in hydroponics, power generation, water purification, or maintenance. Life in a strange and confined way began to flourish. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, a silent, insidious purpose lay dormant, a slow-burning fuse set by the architects of Vault Tech. Vault 13, despite its designation as a control vault, was not entirely free from the cold, calculating gaze of its creators. Its unique experimental purpose was far more subtle, more insidious, and ultimately more profound in its implications than the overt horrors of its sister vaults. While other vaults twisted human nature through deprivation, manipulation, or overt cruelty, Vault 13 was designed to test the very core of human ingenuity, leadership, and self-sufficiency, not under the duress of immediate psychological torment, but under the slow, creeping inevitability of a manufactured crisis. It was a long-game experiment spanning generations, intended to observe how a truly preserved society would react when faced with an existential threat from within its carefully constructed sanctuary, rather than from the irradiated wasteland outside. The first overseer of Vault 13, a stern but outwardly compassionate woman named Evelyn Hayes, was privy to this deeper truth. A former high-ranking Vault Tech administrator, she had been handpicked not just for her leadership skills, but for her unwavering adherence to the program's directives, however morally ambiguous they might seem. Her private terminal, tucked away in the deepest recesses of her office, contained encrypted files detailing Vault 13's true parameters. The Vault was indeed a control group in the sense that it was populated by a healthy, genetically diverse population, free from the immediate, overt psychological stressors or biological manipulations found in other vaults. Its systems were robust, its resources initially abundant, designed for centuries of sustained operation. This much was true. However, the experiment lay in a specific critical vulnerability engineered into the Vault's most vital system, the water purification processor, colloquially known as the water chip. Unlike other essential components, which were designed with multiple redundancies and centuries-long operational lifespans, the water chip in Vault 13 was deliberately designed with a significantly shorter, though still extensive, operational limit. Its lifespan was projected to be around 200 years, a seemingly arbitrary number, but one carefully chosen by Vault Tech's social engineers. This wasn't a flaw, it was a feature. The rationale, as outlined in Overseer Hayes' confidential directives, was chillingly logical from Vault Tech's perspective. Their overarching goal was not merely to preserve humanity, but to understand the optimal conditions for its rebuilding. They hypothesized that prolonged periods of absolute comfort and security, while initially beneficial for survival, could lead to societal stagnation, a loss of initiative, and a dangerous over-reliance on technology. A community that never faced a genuine crisis, they theorized, might atrophy, becoming incapable of adapting to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world when eventually forced to emerge. The experimental vaults tested various forms of societal collapse. Vault 13, conversely, was meant to test societal resilience and regeneration under a controlled, internal crisis. The water chip's planned obsolescence was the trigger. After 2 centuries of relative peace and technological stability, the Vault's most critical life support system would begin to fail. This would not be an immediate catastrophic event, but a gradual degradation, giving the community time to recognize the problem, deliberate, and ultimately be forced to act. The experiment was designed to observe several key variables. 1. Leadership emergence. Would a true leader arise from within the community, capable of inspiring and guiding them through an unprecedented crisis? Or would the society fracture under pressure? 2. Problem-solving capacity. Would the generations raised entirely within the vault, detached from the practicalities of the outside world, retain the ingenuity and technical prowess necessary to diagnose and solve a complex engineering problem? 3. Resourcefulness and initiative. Would the residents demonstrate the courage and drive to venture into the unknown, the perilous wasteland, to seek a solution, or would they succumb to fear and despair? 4. Societal cohesion. How would the community maintain its structure, its laws, and its moral compass when faced with the ultimate threat to its existence, the slow, agonizing death by thirst? Overseer Hayes and those who would follow her were tasked not with preventing the water chip's eventual failure, but with managing the community's response to it. They were to observe, to document, and to subtly guide, but never to directly intervene with a solution. The vault possessed no spare water chip, nor was there any external contact planned for its replacement. The solution had to come from within, or from a desperate venture outside. This was the true, subtle horror of Vault 13's experimental design. It promised salvation, but engineered an inevitable, life-threatening challenge, forcing its inhabitants to prove their worthiness for survival beyond mere shelter. The first few decades passed in a rhythm of carefully managed life. The Vault's population grew steadily, with new generations knowing nothing of the surface world beyond the sanitized history lessons taught in their classrooms, a world of quaint, primitive technologies and vast, open spaces that felt more like myth than memory. Overseer Hayes, a solitary figure burdened by her secret knowledge, meticulously documented every aspect of Vault life, birth rates, resource consumption, social interactions, technological progress or lack thereof, and the subtle shifts in the community's psychology. She watched as the initial urgency of survival slowly gave way to a comfortable routine, a predictable cycle of work, leisure, and procreation. The residents became adept at maintaining their systems, but the innovation that characterized the pre-war world began to wane. Why innovate when every need was met, every problem anticipated by the vault's design? This complacency, Hayes knew, was precisely what Vault Tech aimed to shatter with its slow-motion crisis. As the decades stretched into a century, then a century and a half, the memory of the Great War faded into abstract lore. The original inhabitants passed on, their direct experiences of the pre-war world becoming stories, then legends embellished and softened by time. The vault became their entire universe, its reinforced steel walls the boundary of their known existence. The outside world was a dangerous, irradiated enigma, a place of nightmares evoked in cautionary tales, but largely irrelevant to their sheltered lives. They were self-sufficient, yes, but their self-sufficiency was entirely dependent on the flawless operation of their inherited technology. The idea of venturing beyond the great sealed door was not merely frightening, it was unthinkable, a violation of the very purpose of their sanctuary. The overseers who succeeded Evelyn Hayes inherited her grim legacy, along with the encrypted directives. Each new overseer, handpicked for their intelligence and loyalty, was initiated into the secret of the water chip. It was a heavy burden, the knowledge that they were presiding over a ticking clock, a deliberate vulnerability that would one day plunge their people into crisis. Their role became one of subtle preparation, ensuring the vault's educational systems emphasized practical skills, even if rarely used, encouraging a sense of community responsibility, and most importantly, maintaining the myth of the vault's impregnability while quietly dreading the day the truth would shatter it. They fostered an internal culture of self-reliance, not by directly teaching it, but by allowing minor problems to be solved by the residents themselves, always observing, always documenting. The true genius and cruelty of Vault Tech's design for Vault 13 lay in its subtlety. There was no overt suffering, no immediate manipulation. For 2 centuries it was a genuine sanctuary, a haven of peace and stability in a world gone mad. But this very stability was the foundation upon which the experiment was built. It allowed for the establishment of a baseline, a perfectly preserved microcosm of humanity, whose subsequent reaction to a *controlled threat could be accurately measured against the failures and successes of the more overtly experimental vaults. Would the comfort-bred generations demonstrate the same grit and determination as their ancestors who survived the initial cataclysm? Or would their sheltered existence have rendered them soft, incapable of facing adversity without the guiding hand of Vault Tech's unseen architects? As the 22nd century dawned and the water chip approached its programmed degradation, the subtle tension within the overseer's office grew palpable. The current overseer, a man named Jackorin, pored over the historical data, the meticulous records of 200 years of vault life. He saw a society that was stable, healthy, and relatively content, but also one that had become deeply insular, fearful of the unknown, and reliant on systems they no longer fully understood how to replicate or replace. The time for the true test was drawing near. The slow, almost imperceptible weakening of the water purification system would soon begin, a gradual process that would manifest as reduced water purity, then rationing, and finally, the threat of complete system failure. Vault 13 was not a prison of clowns, nor a sterile breeding ground for genetic manipulation. It was a crucible of human potential, a long-term observation of whether the comforts of an ideal, yet isolated, society could sustain the very qualities needed to survive a truly broken world. The people of Vault 13 believed they were the chosen ones, the lucky few spared the horrors of the apocalypse. They were, in fact, the ultimate paradox, the control group whose very existence was predicated on a planned, inevitable crisis, a deliberate test of their capacity to overcome a manufactured doom. And as the hum of the water purification system continued its steady, vital thrum, a silent countdown was underway, leading not to immediate destruction, but to a profound challenge that would force a single individual to step out of the quiet safety of their vault and face the truly unforgiving world above to prove humanity's worth. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, but for Vault 13, the greatest test was yet to come, a test not of nuclear fire, but of the human spirit itself. The initial days within Vault 13 were a blur of organized chaos, a testament to Vault Tech's meticulous, if morally bankrupt, planning. The carefully selected residents, a diverse cross-section of American society, engineers, doctors, farmers, teachers, scientists, and skilled laborers, were guided through the labyrinthine corridors by stern-faced Vault Tech personnel, themselves part of the initial deployment before the final sealing protocols were initiated. Families huddled together, their faces a mixture of relief and profound grief for the world they had left behind. The hum of the environmental controls, the sterile scent of recycled air, and the omnipresent glow of fluorescent lights quickly became the new normal. For the first few years, the focus was on establishing routines, familiarizing everyone with the Vault's intricate systems, and fostering a sense of community amidst the shared trauma. Children attended classes in well-equipped classrooms, adults took up their assigned roles in hydroponics, power generation, water purification, or maintenance. Life in a strange and confined way began to flourish. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, a silent, insidious purpose lay dormant, a slow-burning fuse set by the architects of Vault Tech. Vault 13, despite its designation as a control vault, was not entirely free from the cold, calculating gaze of its creators. Its unique experimental purpose was far more subtle, more insidious, and ultimately more profound in its implications than the overt horrors of its sister vaults. While other vaults twisted human nature through deprivation, manipulation, or overt cruelty, Vault 13 was designed to test the very core of human ingenuity, leadership, and self-sufficiency, not under the duress of immediate psychological torment, but under the slow, creeping inevitability of a manufactured crisis. It was a long-game experiment spanning generations, intended to observe how a truly preserved society would react when faced with an existential threat from within its carefully constructed sanctuary, rather than from the irradiated wasteland outside. The first overseer of Vault 13, a stern but outwardly compassionate woman named Evelyn Hayes, was privy to this deeper truth. A former high-ranking Vault Tech administrator, she had been handpicked not just for her leadership skills, but for her unwavering adherence to the program's directives, however morally ambiguous they might seem. Her private terminal, tucked away in the deepest recesses of her office, contained encrypted files detailing Vault 13's true parameters. The Vault was indeed a control group in the sense that it was populated by a healthy, genetically diverse population, free from the immediate, overt psychological stressors or biological manipulations found in other vaults. Its systems were robust, its resources initially abundant, designed for centuries of sustained operation. This much was true. However, the experiment lay in a specific critical vulnerability engineered into the Vault's most vital system, the water purification processor, colloquially known as the water chip. Unlike other essential components, which were designed with multiple redundancies and centuries-long operational lifespans, the water chip in Vault 13 was deliberately designed with a significantly shorter, though still extensive, operational limit. Its lifespan was projected to be around 200 years, a seemingly arbitrary number, but one carefully chosen by Vault Tech's social engineers. This wasn't a flaw, it was a feature. The rationale, as outlined in Overseer Hayes' confidential directives, was chillingly logical from Vault Tech's perspective. Their overarching goal was not merely to preserve humanity, but to understand the optimal conditions for its rebuilding. They hypothesized that prolonged periods of absolute comfort and security, while initially beneficial for survival, could lead to societal stagnation, a loss of initiative, and a dangerous over-reliance on technology. A community that never faced a genuine crisis, they theorized, might atrophy, becoming incapable of adapting to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world when eventually forced to emerge. The experimental vaults tested various forms of societal collapse. Vault 13, conversely, was meant to test societal resilience and regeneration under a controlled, internal crisis. The water chip's planned obsolescence was the trigger. After 2 centuries of relative peace and technological stability, the vault's most critical life support system would begin to fail. This would not be an immediate catastrophic event, but a gradual degradation, giving the community time to recognize the problem, deliberate, and ultimately be forced to act. The experiment was designed to observe several key variables. 1. Leadership emergence. Would a true leader arise from within the community, capable of inspiring and guiding them through an unprecedented crisis? Or would the society fracture under pressure? 2. Problem-solving capacity. Would the generations raised entirely within the vault, detached from the practicalities of the outside world, retain the ingenuity and technical prowess necessary to diagnose and solve a complex engineering problem? 3. Resourcefulness and cohesion. Would the residents demonstrate the courage and drive to venture into the unknown, the perilous wasteland, to seek a solution, or would they succumb to fear and despair? 4. Societal ***. How would the community maintain its structure, its laws, and its moral compass when faced with the ultimate threat to its existence, the slow, agonizing death by thirst? Overseer Hayes and those who would follow her were tasked not with preventing the water chip's eventual failure, but with managing the community's response to it. They were to observe, to document, and to subtly guide, but never to directly intervene with a solution. The vault possessed no spare water chip, nor was there any external contact planned for its replacement. The solution had to come from within, or from a desperate venture outside. This was the true, subtle horror of Vault 13's experimental design. It promised salvation, but engineered an inevitable, life-threatening challenge, forcing its inhabitants to prove their worthiness for survival beyond mere shelter. The first few decades passed in a rhythm of carefully managed life. The vault's population grew steadily, with new generations knowing nothing of the surface world beyond the sanitized history lessons taught in their classrooms, a world of quaint, primitive technologies and vast, open spaces that felt more like myth than memory. Overseer Hayes, a solitary figure burdened by her secret knowledge, meticulously documented every aspect of vault life: birth rates, resource consumption, social interactions, technological progress or lack thereof, and the subtle shifts in the community's psychology. She watched as the initial urgency of survival slowly gave way to a comfortable routine, a predictable cycle of work, leisure, and procreation. The residents became adept at maintaining their systems, but the innovation that characterized the pre-war world began to wane. Why innovate when every need was met, every problem anticipated by the vault's design? This complacency, Hayes knew, was precisely what Vault Tech aimed to shatter with its slow-motion crisis. As the decades stretched into a century, then a century and a half, the memory of the Great War faded into abstract lore. The original inhabitants passed on, their direct experiences of the pre-war world becoming stories, then legends embellished and softened by time. The vault became their entire universe, its reinforced steel walls the boundary of their known existence. The outside world was a dangerous, irradiated enigma, a place of nightmares evoked in cautionary tales, but largely irrelevant to their sheltered lives. They were self-sufficient, yes, but their self-sufficiency was entirely dependent on the flawless operation of their inherited technology. The idea of venturing beyond the great sealed door was not merely frightening, it was unthinkable, a violation of the very purpose of their sanctuary. The overseers who succeeded Evelyn Hayes inherited her grim legacy, along with the encrypted directives. Each new overseer, handpicked for their intelligence and loyalty, was initiated into the secret of the water chip. It was a heavy burden, the knowledge that they were presiding over a ticking clock, a deliberate vulnerability that would one day plunge their people into crisis. Their role became one of subtle preparation, ensuring the vault's educational systems emphasized practical skills, even if rarely used, encouraging a sense of community responsibility, and most importantly, maintaining the myth of the vault's impregnability while quietly dreading the day the truth would shatter it. They fostered an internal culture of self-reliance, not by directly teaching it, but by allowing minor problems to be solved by the residents themselves, always observing, always documenting. The true genius and cruelty of Vault Tech's design for Vault 13 lay in its subtlety. There was no overt suffering, no immediate manipulation. For 2 centuries, it was a genuine sanctuary, a haven of peace and stability in a world gone mad. But this very stability was the foundation upon which the experiment was built. It allowed for the establishment of a baseline, a perfectly preserved microcosm of humanity, whose subsequent reaction to a *controlled threat could be accurately measured against the failures and successes of the more overtly experimental vaults. Would the comfort-bred generations demonstrate the same grit and determination as their ancestors who survived the initial cataclysm? Or would their sheltered existence have rendered them soft, incapable of facing adversity without the guiding hand of Vault Tech's unseen architects? As the 22nd century dawned and the water chip approached its programmed degradation, the subtle tension within the overseer's office grew palpable. The current overseer, a man named Jackorin, pored over the historical data, the meticulous records of 200 years of vault life. He saw a society that was stable, healthy, and relatively content, but also one that had become deeply insular, fearful of the unknown, and reliant on systems they no longer fully understood how to replicate or replace. The time for the true test was drawing near. The slow, almost imperceptible weakening of the water purification system would soon begin, a gradual process that would manifest as reduced water purity, then rationing, and finally, the threat of complete system failure. Vault 13 was not a prison of clowns, nor a sterile breeding ground for genetic manipulation. It was a crucible of human potential, a long-term observation of whether the comforts of an ideal, yet isolated, society could sustain the very qualities needed to survive a truly broken world. The people of Vault 13 believed they were the chosen ones, the lucky few spared the horrors of the apocalypse. They were, in fact, the ultimate paradox, the control group whose very existence was predicated on a planned, inevitable crisis, a deliberate test of their capacity to overcome a manufactured doom. And as the hum of the water purification system continued its steady, vital thrum, a silent countdown was underway, leading not to immediate destruction, but to a profound challenge that would force a single individual to step out of the quiet safety of their vault and face the truly unforgiving world above to prove humanity's worth. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, but for Vault 13, the greatest test was yet to come, a test not of nuclear fire, but of the human spirit itself. Generations unfolded within the steel womb of Vault 13, each one a subtle evolution from the last, shaped by the unique pressures and comforts of their subterranean existence. The first generation, those who remembered the sky, the sun, the vastness of the pre-war world, carried a profound melancholy. They were the architects of the new normal, painstakingly establishing the routines that would define life for centuries. Their children, the second generation, learned of the outside through their parents' hushed anecdotes and the carefully curated historical archives, which painted a picture of a vibrant but ultimately doomed world, a cautionary tale against avarice and conflict. For them, the vault was not a temporary refuge, but the immutable reality, their birthright and their destiny. Daily life in Vault 13 settled into a predictable, efficient rhythm. The vault was organized into sectors, residential blocks with small, standardized living quarters, hydroponic farms bathed in the soft glow of grow lights producing a steady supply of fruits, vegetables, and fungi, the bustling engineering decks where the hum of fusion reactors and water purifiers was a constant, reassuring lullaby, and communal areas for dining, education, and recreation. Every resident had a role, assigned based on aptitude tests and community need. Children began their education early, focusing on practical skills essential for vault maintenance, basic engineering, hydroponics, medical first aid, and the intricate protocols for resource management. Theoretical subjects, while present, often felt abstract, divorced from the tangible realities of their contained world. History lessons emphasized the Great War as the ultimate consequence of human hubris, reinforcing the vault's purpose as a haven, a final bastion against self-destruction. The vault's culture blossomed from this enclosed existence. Traditions emerged from necessity and shared experience. Harvest Day, celebrating the bounty of the hydroponics, became a central festival, marked by communal feasts and storytelling. Maintenance Week, occurring quarterly, saw the entire community participate in a thorough inspection and cleaning of all systems, fostering a deep, almost reverential, respect for the vault's machinery. The water purification system, in particular, was treated with a special awe. Its steady thrum was the pulse of their existence, the very breath of life. Its complex array of pipes, filters, and processors was known by every child, its importance drilled into them from an early age. The vault's technicians, the keepers of the hum, were highly respected, their meticulous adherence to protocols seen as paramount. Over the span of a century, the memory of the surface world transmuted from direct experience into folklore. The Old Worlders, as the first generation came to be known, passed away, and with them, the direct, visceral understanding of open skies and vast landscapes. Subsequent generations knew the world above only through faded holotapes and simplified diagrams. The sun became a mythical orb, the stars a distant, impossible dream. The wasteland was a concept of ultimate horror, a place of silent, invisible death and grotesque mutation, reinforced by the overseer's carefully crafted educational materials. This served a dual purpose. It instilled a necessary caution against the unknown, but also, as Vault Tech intended, fostered a deep-seated fear that would make the prospect of venturing outside almost psychologically impossible. Technological understanding underwent a subtle but significant shift. The initial engineers and scientists understood the principles behind the Vault's advanced systems. They could troubleshoot, diagnose, and even theoretically innovate. But as generations passed and the systems continued to function flawlessly due to their robust design, the need for deep, fundamental understanding waned. Knowledge became more procedural, more ritualistic. Maintenance manuals were followed to the letter, but the underlying theories, the why behind the how, became less clear. Components were replaced as per schedule, but the ability to design or replicate them from scratch began to fade. It was akin to a highly skilled mechanic who could perfectly repair an antique car, but could not design a new engine from first principles. This atrophy of innovation, this comfortable reliance on inherited perfection, was precisely what Overseer Evelyn Hayes had observed and meticulously documented in her early years, a trend that continued through her successors. The isolation also profoundly impacted the collective psyche. The vault dwellers of the middle generations were, by and large, a remarkably homogeneous and harmonious society. Conflict was rare, cooperation was paramount. Their world was small, finite, and every individual was a vital cog in its continued operation. However, this homogeneity came at a cost. A deep-seated insularity took root. Outsiders, though theoretical entities, were viewed with suspicion and fear. Deviance from established norms was gently but firmly discouraged, as the perceived survival of the entire community depended on order and predictability. The concept of individual ambition, beyond excelling in one's assigned role, was largely absent. Why strive for more when all needs were met? Why explore when the boundaries of their world were so clearly defined by reinforced steel? The lineage of overseers bore the heaviest burden of this evolving society. Each new overseer, upon assuming office, was inducted into the secret of the water chip. This knowledge was a profound isolation in itself. They could not share their anxieties, their quiet dread, with anyone. Their role became a delicate balancing act, maintaining the facade of eternal security while subtly trying to foster the very qualities, ingenuity, leadership, resourcefulness, that Vault-Tech's experiment was designed to test. They would introduce minor challenges, such as simulated resource shortages or complex maintenance puzzles, observing how the community responded. They encouraged storytelling that subtly highlighted themes of courage and exploration, though always framed within the context of internal vault challenges. They ensured the educational curriculum, while emphasizing vault maintenance, also included rudimentary metallurgy, chemistry, and power generation principles, hoping these seeds of knowledge might one day sprout. By the time Overseer Jackoran took office, roughly 180 years after the sealing of Vault 13, the vault was a well-oiled machine, its inhabitants healthy, educated, and content. But Jackoran, poring over the historical data, saw the subtle cracks that Evelyn Hayes had predicted. He observed the diminishing returns on simulated crises, the increasing reliance on established protocols over genuine problem-solving. He noted the growing fear of the unknown, the almost superstitious reverence for the vault's massive door, which had long since been integrated into the central plaza, a silent, imposing monument to their salvation and their confinement. The vault's population had stabilized, carefully managed to match resource output, leading to a comfortable equilibrium. Yet beneath this placid surface, Jackoran felt a growing unease. The water chip, the heart of their existence, was now approaching its projected end of life. Jackoran's private terminal displayed the increasingly frequent minor diagnostic alerts, easily dismissed by the automated systems, but alarming to his trained eye. He knew these were the precursors, the whispers before the storm. He spent hours reviewing the Societal Preservation Program directives, the cold, clinical language of Vault-Tech outlining the expected degradation, the anticipated societal responses. He looked at the faces of his people, their contentment, their trust, and a heavy weight settled in his chest. They were good people, kind, industrious within their sphere. But were they ready? Had his predecessors had done enough to prepare them for a crisis they weren't even aware was coming? The vault's air, always recycled, seemed to thicken with unvoiced anticipation. The hum of the water purification system, once a comforting constant, now felt like a metronome counting down the final moments. The carefully constructed utopia of Vault 13, the jewel of Vault-Tech's control group, was about to face its true test. It was a test not of survival against a radiation-scorched world, but against the insidious decay of engineered obsolescence, a challenge designed to strip away the comforts of 2 centuries and reveal whether the human spirit, when nurtured in perfect safety, could still forge its own salvation in the face of a manufactured doom. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, but for Vault 13, the greatest test was yet to come, a test not of nuclear fire, but of the human spirit itself, waiting for the first drop of impurity to herald the true beginning of their struggle. The hum that had been the lifeblood of Vault 13 for 2 centuries began to falter, not with a sudden, catastrophic lurch, but with the insidious subtlety of a deepening shadow. It started as a whisper, easily dismissed. A resident, perhaps an elderly woman with a finely tuned palate, might remark on a faint, unfamiliar metallic tang to her morning water. Another might notice a barely perceptible cloudiness in a glass, attributing it to a temporary system fluctuation. These were isolated complaints at first, brushed aside by the busy keepers of the hum, the vault's dedicated engineering and maintenance crew, as quirks of the aging system, easily rectified with a routine filter flush or a minor pressure adjustment. After all, the vault systems were robust, designed for longevity, and problems were always fixable. Overseer Jackoran, however, knew better. His private terminal, a relic of Vault-Tech's pre-war foresight, had been spitting out increasingly frequent, though still low-priority, diagnostic alerts for weeks. They were subtle deviations from the established baseline, a fractional drop in water purity readings, a marginal increase in processing time, an almost imperceptible rise in the energy consumption of the water purification unit. Individually, each alert was negligible. Collectively, they formed a growing chorus, a grim symphony that echoed the precise degradation curve outlined in the encrypted Vault-Tec directives he had inherited. The water chip, the heart of their manufactured existence, was beginning its programmed decline. Jackoran felt the weight of generations pressing down on him. He watched his people going about their routines, their faces reflecting the placid contentment of 2 centuries of uninterrupted security. He saw them drink the water, oblivious to the ticking clock that was now audibly winding down in his own mind. His first instinct was to panic, to shout the truth from the communal plaza, but the Vault-Tec protocols were clear: observation, subtle guidance, and above all, maintaining societal cohesion until the community itself was forced to confront the problem. He had to let them discover it, to let the crisis unfold organically, as per the cruel design. The whispers grew louder. More residents reported the unusual taste, the slight discoloration. Children, less inhibited by politeness, began to complain that the water tasted funny. The hydroponics team noticed their crops weren't quite as vibrant, their yields slightly diminished, attributing it to a shift in nutrient balance. The keepers of the hum, led by Alara Vance, a brilliant but deeply pragmatic engineer in her late 40s, were now working around the clock. They meticulously checked every pipe, every valve, every filter. They recalibrated sensors, flushed lines, and ran every diagnostic protocol in their extensive manuals. Yet the problem persisted, subtly worsening. Alara, a descendant of one of the original Vault-Tec engineers who had helped commission the vault, possessed an inherited intuition for the system. She knew its every nuance, every hum and shudder. But this problem was different. It defied logic. All the indicators pointed to a fault asterisk within the core purification processor, the water chip itself, yet the chip's internal diagnostics reported perfect functionality. It was a ghost in the machine, a phantom illness that left no tangible trace. The manuals, exhaustive on every other component, were eerily sparse on the water chip. Maintenance only, they stated, no field replacement or repair. This had always been a curiosity, but in the context of a system designed for centuries, it had never been a concern. Now it was a terrifying void in their collective knowledge. After a week of frantic, fruitless troubleshooting, Alara requested an urgent meeting with Overseer Jackoran. Her face, usually composed, was etched with fatigue and a dawning dread. "Overseer," she began, her voice tight, "we've checked everything. Every subsystem, every conduit. The problem is localized to the primary purification unit. Specifically, the water chip. We're seeing an increasing inefficiency, a degradation of its molecular filtration matrices." Jackoran nodded slowly, his gaze steady, though his heart hammered against his ribs. "And your conclusion, Alara?" "The chip is failing, sir. Not catastrophically, not yet. But it's losing integrity. And there's no protocol for replacing it. The manuals offer no guidance beyond routine cleaning. There are no spare parts in the vault inventory for a core processor of this type. It was never designed to be replaced." Her voice dropped to a near whisper. "It was designed to last forever, or so we were taught." Jackoran leaned forward, his hands clasped on his desk. "Forever is a long time, Alara. And designed to last often has an unspoken caveat. What are our projections?" Alara pulled up a holographic display, her fingers trembling slightly as she manipulated the interface. "At this rate, we have approximately 100 days until the water quality becomes critically unsafe for consumption. Beyond that, the system will simply cease to function effectively. We could implement rationing, but that only buys us time, perhaps another month or 2. After that, without a functioning water chip, the vault's primary life support, it will fail." The silence in the Overseer's office was heavy, punctuated only by the distant, now slightly irregular, hum of the very system they were discussing. Jackoran closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the secret he had carried for years now threatening to crush him. This was it. The moment Vault-Tec had engineered. He opened his eyes, meeting Alara's desperate gaze. "Alara," he said, his voice low and firm, "this is not a malfunction. This is by design. Vault-Tec built this vault with a deliberate obsolescence in its most critical component. It was a test. A test for us." Alara stared, her face paling. "A test? What kind of monster would do such a thing?" "One that sought to understand the limits of human resilience," Jackoran replied, the bitterness evident in his tone. "They wanted to see if a society nurtured in comfort could still find its own salvation when faced with an existential threat from within. They wanted to see if we would atrophy, or if we would innovate, lead, and ultimately venture out." He paused, letting the enormity of his revelations sink in. "There is no spare chip here, Alara. There never was. If we are to survive, we need a new one. And that means someone has to go outside." The announcement to the Vault community was the most difficult moment of Jackoran's life. He stood before the assembled residents in the communal plaza, the low thrum of the failing water system a grim counterpoint to his words. The Vault's population, numbering just over 1,000 souls, listened in stunned silence as he explained the diagnosis, the irreparable nature of the water chip, and the dire projections. He didn't reveal Vault-Tec's deliberate sabotage. Instead, he framed it as an unforeseen, catastrophic failure of a singular, irreplaceable component. Even without the full truth, the impact was devastating. Disbelief was the first wave to break. "Impossible," shouted a voice from the crowd. "The Vault is infallible. It's designed to last forever." Others echoed the sentiment, their faces contorted with confusion and anger. How could their sanctuary, their impenetrable haven, betray them like this? The myth of the Vault's eternal security, carefully cultivated over generations, shattered in an instant. Then came the fear. A palpable, suffocating fear that rippled through the crowd. Children clutched their parents. Adults exchanged terrified glances. The idea of critical, unsafe water and system failure was abstract horror, a slow, agonizing death by thirst that was more terrifying than any immediate blast. The outside world, the wasteland, was a place of nightmares, a boogeyman in their bedtime stories. Now it was their only hope. Jackoran let the initial shock and despair wash over them, allowing the reality to set in. He then spoke of the only possible solution. "We need a new water purification chip. One that is compatible with our systems. Such a component would only exist in another, similar vault, or perhaps in a pre-war facility designed for advanced water processing. And to find it, someone must venture outside." The reaction was a mixture of gasps and incredulous whispers. "Outside. Into the wasteland." The very thought was anathema, a violation of everything they had been taught. The vault door, once a symbol of salvation, now represented an insurmountable barrier of terror. Who among them could possibly survive such a journey? Generations of comfortable, contained living had stripped them of the skills, the hardiness, the sheer mental fortitude required to face the irradiated unknown. The days that followed were a maelstrom of fear, debate, and desperate planning. Water rationing was immediately implemented, reducing their daily intake to barely sustainable levels. The communal baths were shut down, the hydroponics scaled back, and the air recycling systems adjusted to conserve every drop of moisture. The once placid routines of Vault 13 were replaced by an undercurrent of anxiety. Arguments broke out over who was consuming too much, who was not contributing enough to the search for a solution. The 4 variables of Vault-Tech's experiment were now playing out in agonizing real time. Leadership emergence ***. Jack Oren, burdened by his secret, struggled to maintain authority. He was forced to be pragmatic, almost ruthless in his rationing decisions, which alienated some. Yet he also projected a calm resolve, focusing the community on the task at hand. Ilara Vance, the lead engineer, became a de facto secondary leader, her technical expertise now invaluable, her quiet determination a steadying force. Problem-solving capacity ***. The keepers of the hum, despite their best efforts, confirmed Ilara's initial diagnosis. The chip was truly beyond their repair. Their comfortable reliance on existing protocols had rendered them incapable of innovating a solution from first principles. Their knowledge was procedural, not fundamental. The Vault, for all its technological marvels, could not solve this problem from within its own walls. Resourcefulness and initiative ***. The initial resistance to venturing outside was overwhelming. Stories of mutated beasts, radiation storms, and savage raiders, once abstract warnings, now felt terrifyingly real. But as the water levels in the main reservoir steadily dropped, and the taste of the purified water grew steadily worse, a desperate pragmatism began to emerge. "We will die here if we don't try," was a sentiment increasingly voiced. The fear of the known dying of thirst slowly began to outweigh the fear of the unknown, the wasteland. Societal cohesion, this was the most precarious variable. While fear and frustration led to minor conflicts, the deep-seated communal spirit, fostered over generations of shared existence, largely held. The Vault dwellers were, at their core, a people who understood interdependence. They knew that their survival hinged on collective action, not individual selfishness. Jack Oren, subtly guided by the Vault-Tech directives to foster a sense of shared purpose, emphasized this unity relentlessly. The question of who would go became the central, agonizing debate. It couldn't be just anyone. The individual needed to be strong, both physically and mentally. They needed skills and understanding of technology, a basic grasp of survival, and most importantly, a profound sense of loyalty to the Vault. They would be alone, facing unimaginable dangers. The community held a series of tense, emotionally charged meetings. Names were put forward, debated, and often rejected. Many of the Vault's strongest and most skilled individuals were deemed too vital to the internal functioning of the Vault to risk. The medical chief, the lead hydroponics farmer, the senior power engineer, their loss would cripple the Vault further. The chosen one had to be someone who could be spared, yet was capable of the impossible. Eventually, the choice fell upon a young Vault dweller, barely 20 years old, who had always possessed a quiet intensity, a natural aptitude for problem-solving that went beyond rote memorization, and an almost unsettling curiosity about the old world that others found quaintly eccentric. They were a generalist, having spent time assisting in various sectors, a stint in hydroponics, a period helping the keepers of the hum with basic maintenance, even some time in the medical bay. They were not indispensable to any single critical system, yet they possessed a breadth of practical knowledge that made them uniquely versatile. Their name was never consistently recorded, becoming simply the Vault Dweller in the annals of Vault 13's history, a blank slate upon whom the fate of their people would be etched. Overseer Jack Oren met with the chosen Vault Dweller in the privacy of his office, the heavy silence broken only by the distant, weakening hum. He looked at the young face, a mixture of fear and resolute determination. "You understand the gravity of this, don't you?" Jack Oren asked, his voice thick with emotion. "You will be venturing into a world unlike anything you've ever imagined. A world that tried to destroy itself and nearly succeeded." The Vault Dweller nodded, their eyes fixed on the Overseer. "I understand, sir. I will not fail." Jack Oren handed them a worn leather satchel. "These are your supplies." A Pip-Boy 2000, loaded with what little pre-war data we could salvage, and basic vault schematics. It will be your guide, your companion. A few stim packs, some purified water to start, and a 10 pistol for self-defense. And this. He held out a small, intricately carved locket, a family heirloom from the pre-war era. My great-grandmother S. It has seen the sun. Let it remind you of what you fight for. The preparations were swift and somber. The Vault Dweller was outfitted in a standard-issue blue and yellow jumpsuit, practical and durable, but offering little protection against the dangers of the surface. A final, tearful farewell to family and friends, a silent promise to return. The entire community gathered in the main cavern, their faces pale and anxious, as the chosen individual approached the massive, sealed door of Vault 13. Ilara Vance and her team stood ready at the control console, their hands hovering over the ancient mechanisms. The air was thick with unspoken prayers and a chilling sense of finality. Overseer Jackoran stood beside the Vault Dweller, placing a hand on their shoulder. "Remember your purpose," he said, his voice resonating through the silent vault. "You carry the hopes of every soul in this vault. Find the water chip. Bring us salvation." The heavy gears, dormant for 200 years, groaned to life. A deep metallic rumble echoed through the vault as the massive, reinforced steel door weighing tons slowly began to retract. Dust, ancient and undisturbed, billowed into the sterile air of the vault, carrying with it the faint, alien scent of the outside world, a dry, acrid smell, utterly foreign to those who had never known anything but recycled air. A sliver of light, diffused and strangely colored, appeared in the gap, growing wider with agonizing slowness. It was not the crisp, golden sunlight of the pre-war world, but a muted, almost sickly yellow, filtered through centuries of dust and irradiated atmosphere. The sounds of the wasteland, faint at first, then growing clearer, began to intrude, the rustle of dry wind, the distant, unsettling cry of an unknown creature. The Vault Dweller took a deep breath, steeling themselves. They looked back one last time at the anxious faces of their community, their silent plea for salvation etched into every expression. Then, with a courage born of desperation and an unyielding will to survive, they stepped forward. The light enveloped them. The massive door continued its slow, grinding movement, revealing a world of cracked earth, skeletal trees, and a vast, indifferent sky. The Vault Dweller, a solitary figure in a bright blue jumpsuit, stood on the precipice of an unknown future, the last hope of Vault 13. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and for the first time in 2 centuries, a human soul from Vault 13 was forced to face its unforgiving reality, to prove humanity's worth not just to Vault Tech's unseen architects, but to the very survival of their species. The quest for the water chip had begun, a journey into the heart of a broken world, where every step was a gamble and every shadow held a threat. The massive gears of Vault 13's door groaned back into silence, a final, metallic sigh that seemed to echo the collective gasp of the assembled community. The faint, acrid scent of the wasteland, a ghost of the world beyond, lingered in the recycled air, a stark, unwelcome reminder of what lay outside. Overseer Jackoran stood rooted to the spot, his hand still hovering where he had last touched the Vault Dweller's shoulder. The light from the aperture had vanished, replaced by the familiar, comforting hum of the vault's sealed integrity, yet the image of that muted, sickly yellow sky and the solitary figure in blue was burned into his mind. A heavy silence descended upon the plaza, broken only by the muffled sobs of a few residents and the ever-present, now slightly irregular, thrum of the water purification system. Every eye in the vault was on Jackoran, their faces a mixture of fear, hope, and a silent, terrible question: what now? Jackoran felt an immense pressure building behind his eyes, a physical manifestation of the crushing weight of his secret and his decision. He had sent a child, barely an adult by pre-war standards, into a world of unimaginable horrors, armed with little more than a prayer and a pistol. He had watched them go, knowing the odds were stacked impossibly high against their return. This was his burden, a solitary agony that no one in the vault could truly share, save perhaps Alara Vance, who stood beside the control console, her face ashen. He turned slowly to face his people, forcing his expression into one of calm resolve. "We wait," he announced, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "We conserve, and we pray for their safe return." The words felt hollow even to him, a desperate attempt to project a confidence he no longer possessed. He could feel the eyes of the community, searching, questioning, clinging to his every word for reassurance. He was their rock, their shepherd, and he had just sent one of their flock into the jaws of a wolf he himself barely understood. As the residents slowly dispersed, returning to their rationed lives with a new, somber purpose, Jackoran retreated to his office. The door hissed shut behind him, plunging him into a self-imposed isolation that mirrored the vault's own. He sank into his chair, the glow of his private terminal illuminating the lines of fatigue and stress etched around his eyes. He stared at the screen, at the last diagnostic report from the water chip, its efficiency now hovering precariously at 68%. 100 days. That was the most optimistic projection Alara had given them. 100 days until the water became truly undrinkable, until the slow, agonizing death by thirst began. The decision to send someone outside had not been a sudden one. It had been a long, torturous descent into the abyss of impossible choices, a process that had consumed Jackoran for weeks, even months, before the water chip's degradation became undeniable. He had first noticed the subtle anomalies in the purification system's long-term performance logs almost a year ago. Fractional dips in output, minor fluctuations in power draw, easily dismissed by the automated systems, but alarming to an overseer who knew the vault's true, insidious purpose. He had spent countless nights hunched over his terminal, poring over Evelyn Hayes's archived directives, the cold, clinical language of Vault Tech outlining the societal preservation program. The details of Vault 13's control group parameters, the planned obsolescence of the water chip, the projected timeline for its failure, it was all there, a horrifying blueprint for their engineered doom. He remembered the chill that had spread through him, colder than any deep vault chamber, as he realized the full extent of the psychological torment Vault Tech had inflicted upon them, not with overt cruelty, but with the insidious promise of false security. His initial reaction had been a desperate scramble for an internal solution. He had secretly tasked Alara Vance, even before the problem became apparent to the wider community, with conducting a comprehensive systems review of the water purification unit. He had hoped, prayed even, that there was a hidden cache of spare parts, a forgotten schematic for a workaround, anything that would negate the need for the unimaginable. But Alara, diligent and brilliant, had found nothing. Her reports, initially reassuring, slowly grew more concerned, then alarmed, mirroring the very degradation curve Jackoran had seen in the encrypted files. The moment of truth arrived when Alara, her face pale and drawn, presented her final, irrefutable diagnosis. The water chip was failing, irrevocably, and there were no internal means of repair or replacement. It was then that Jackoran had to make the first difficult decision: how much of the truth to reveal. Vault Tech's directives were clear: observation of societal response to internal existential threat. Revealing the deliberate sabotage, the cold, calculated cruelty of their creators, would undoubtedly shatter the community's morale, breed resentment, and potentially lead to anarchy. The faith in the vault, in the very concept of their sanctuary, would evaporate. Jackoran knew he couldn't risk that. He needed his people to believe in their ability to overcome, not to succumb to a nihilistic despair. So he made the agonizing choice to lie, or rather, to omit the most damning truth. He would frame it as an unforeseen, catastrophic failure, a natural end to a component that was supposed to last forever. This preserved the myth of the vault's benevolence, even as it placed the entire burden of knowledge on his shoulders. It was a calculated risk, a gamble that their cohesion would hold if they believed they were fighting against a malfunction, not a malicious design. The public announcement had been a crucible. He had felt the despair, the anger, the fear radiating from the crowd. But he had also seen a flicker of determination, a nascent resolve that Vault-Tec had, perhaps, hoped to cultivate. The seeds of resilience were there, buried under 2 centuries of comfort. Then came the second and arguably most agonizing decision: who to send asterisk. The idea of venturing outside was terrifying to every vault dweller, a concept so anathema to their insulated existence that it bordered on madness. No one volunteered initially, not truly. The first suggestions were impractical, the strongest, the most skilled, the most knowledgeable. But Jackoran knew that sending their lead engineer, their chief medical officer, or their most experienced hydroponics specialist would cripple the vault from within, dooming them even if the quest succeeded. The control group experiment was about asterisk rebuilding, not just surviving. He couldn't sacrifice the long-term viability for a desperate short-term gamble. He convened a small informal council: Ilara Vance, doctor; Aris Ilara, the vault's senior physician; and Captain Sofia Mendez, head of security. Even to them, he did not reveal the full extent of Vault-Tec's design, only that the water chip was unique, irreplaceable from within, and that a compatible unit might exist in another, similar pre-war facility. "We need someone expendable yet capable," Jackoran had stated, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "Doctor." Thorne, a compassionate man, had recoiled. "Overseer, no one is expendable. Every life in this vault is precious. And every life will be lost if we don't act," Jackoran countered, his voice sharp with the strain. "We need someone whose absence will not immediately jeopardize our core functions, but who possesses the fortitude and adaptability for such a perilous undertaking." Captain Mendez, a former drill sergeant in the vault's small, ceremonial security force, had been pragmatic. Physical strength, marksmanship, basic survival knowledge. "We have a few candidates from my squad, but none of them have truly left the training simulations." Ilara Vance, however, had looked beyond the obvious. "Strength is one thing, Captain. But what about ingenuity? Problem-solving beyond protocol? The manuals for the water chip are sparse. They'll need to think on their feet, adapt, understand systems they've never encountered." This was the core of Jackoran's dilemma. The vault had bred specialists, not generalists. Its comfortable routines had dulled the edge of innovation. Most residents were masters of their assigned tasks, but few possessed the breadth of knowledge and the innate curiosity that characterized the pre-war world. They reviewed profiles, debated attributes. They considered sending a security guard, but feared their lack of technical insight. They considered a junior engineer, but worried about their physical resilience. The choice was agonizing, a brutal calculus of risk versus reward, of individual life against collective survival. Jackoran remembered poring over the educational records of every young adult in the vault. He searched for an outlier, someone who demonstrated initiative beyond their assigned role, a spark of independent thought. And then he found them. The vault dweller. Their records showed a curious mind, a tendency to wander between departments, soaking up knowledge. They had assisted in hydroponics, showing an aptitude for understanding growth cycles. They had spent time with the keepers of the hum, not just following instructions, but asking why systems worked the way they did. They had even shown a rudimentary understanding of the vault's internal network, assisting with minor data retrieval for Dr. Thorne. They weren't the strongest nor the most academically brilliant, but they were adaptable, resourceful, and possessed an almost insatiable curiosity about the old world, a quality Jackoran had cautiously fostered in the educational curriculum, hoping it might one day serve a purpose. Moreover, they were an orphan, their parents having succumbed to an early vault illness, leaving them with fewer immediate family ties that would be shattered by their departure. It was a cold, pragmatic consideration, but in the face of oblivion, such calculations became necessary. The vault dweller, Jacorin had announced to his council, his voice heavy. They are a generalist. Not indispensable to any one system, but capable of learning and adapting. Their curiosity about the outside world, while unusual, might be their greatest asset. Captain Mendez had protested, but they're so young, Overseer. Barely out of their training phase. And who else is better? Jacorin had countered, his gaze sweeping over them. Who else possesses the balance of practical skills, mental fortitude, and a willingness to confront the unknown? We have bred a society of dependence, Captain. The vault dweller is perhaps the closest we have to an independent thinker. Doctor. Thorne had remained silent, his face a mask of sorrow. Ilara Vance, however, had looked at the data, then at Jacorin, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. A generalist, yes. If anyone can figure it out, it might be them. She saw the echoes of Vault-Tech's experiment playing out, the test of ingenuity and leadership. The decision was made. Jacorin had then faced the third difficult choice, what to equip them with. The Vault's resources were finite. Every stimpack, every purified water ration, every round of ammunition was a precious commodity. He couldn't send them out with an arsenal, nor could he send them completely unprepared. He had to strike a balance, providing enough to give them a fighting chance, without unduly depleting the Vault's already strained supplies. The Pip-Boy 2000, a marvel of pre-war technology, was essential for navigation and information. The 10 pistol, a relic from the Vault's small security armory, was a grim necessity. The locket his great-grandmother, S, was a personal touch, a desperate attempt to imbue the mission with a human connection, a reminder of what they were fighting for. Now, sitting in his silent office, the weight of those decisions pressed down on him. He had chosen the Vault Dweller not because they were perfect, but because they represented the Vault's last, best hope. He had stripped them of their anonymity, thrust them into the terrifying role of savior, and sent them into a world he had only read about in sanitized archives. He closed his eyes, picturing the Vault Dweller stepping out, a solitary figure against the vastness of the wasteland. He imagined the dust on their jumpsuit, the strange feel of the sun on their skin, the alien sounds that would assault their ears. Would they find another vault? Would they encounter other humans, or only the mutated horrors described in cautionary tales? Would they survive a day, a week, a month? And if they failed? Jacorin shuddered. If they failed, the timetable was clear. The water quality would degrade further, leading to sickness, then widespread illness. The hydroponics would wither, unable to sustain themselves with contaminated water. Rationing would become starvation. Panic would set in. The communal spirit, so carefully nurtured over generations, would fracture under the brutal reality of thirst and despair. The experiment would conclude, not with a triumphant rebuilding, but with the slow, agonizing collapse of Vault 13, a statistic in Vault-Tech's morbid data logs. He was still an overseer, still bound by Vault-Tech's directives to observe. Even now, in this moment of profound uncertainty, a part of his mind, the part trained by years of protocol, was already cataloging the initial societal response to the Dweller's departure. The initial shock, the lingering fear, the shift towards a more somber, disciplined routine. He knew his role was to maintain order, to keep hope alive, however fragile, for the 100 days they had left. He had to ensure that if the Vault Dweller returned, they would return to a community still capable of being saved, not one already spiraling into chaos. Jacorin pushed himself up from his desk. The hum of the water purification system, though still slightly off-kilter, continued its rhythm. It was a temporary reprieve, a borrowed breath. He walked to the viewing screen that displayed the main cavern, now mostly empty. He saw a few residents lingering, looking at the massive, sealed door, their faces mirroring his own silent dread. He was the overseer, the keeper of secrets, the architect of a desperate gamble. He had made his difficult decision, the hardest of his life. Now all he could do was wait, watching the clock tick down, praying for the impossible, and bearing the crushing weight of 1,000 lives resting on the shoulders of one young, brave, and utterly alone vault dweller. The true test of Vault 13 and of humanity itself had only just begun. The vault dweller stood on the precipice of their known universe, bathed in a light that was utterly alien. It was not the crisp, white glow of the vault's fluorescent panels, nor the warm, filtered radiance of the hydroponics labs. This was the light of a dying world, a sickly yellow filtered through centuries of dust and irradiated atmosphere, pressing down from an impossibly vast, open sky. The air, once recycled and sterile, now assaulted their senses with a cacophony of unfamiliar smells. Dry earth, acrid dust, the metallic tang of rust, and an unsettling, organic scent, vaguely animal yet profoundly alien. It was the smell of desolation, of untamed wildness, a raw, unfiltered reality that stole their breath. The grinding sigh of the colossal vault door, now sealing itself once more, reverberated through the very ground beneath their feet, a final, definitive severing. They were truly alone. The immediate landscape was a tableau of muted browns and grays, a stark contrast to the vibrant, carefully cultivated greens of the vault's farms. Cracked earth stretched out before them, fissured like ancient pottery, punctuated by skeletal, withered shrubs that clung stubbornly to life, their branches twisted into grotesque, supplicating forms. In the near distance, low, rust-colored hills rose like petrified waves, their surfaces scarred by erosion. Further out, the distorted silhouettes of what must have been pre-war structures, shattered towers, skeletal frames, pierced the hazy horizon, monuments to a forgotten age. The wind, a constant, dry whisper, tugged at their standard-issue blue and yellow jumpsuit, a garment designed for comfort within the vault, not for the rigors of an untamed world. It carried with it fine grit that stung their exposed skin, an immediate, undeniable physical discomfort. The silence when the wind momentarily abated was not the comforting, deep quiet of the vault's sleeping quarters, but a vast, empty expanse punctuated by unsettling, distant sounds. A low, guttural cry that echoed from the hills, the rustle of something unseen in the dry brush, the faint, high-pitched whine of an unknown insect. Every sound was amplified, every shadow seemed to hold a threat. The vault dweller, whose name was now merely the vault dweller in the annals of history, felt a primal fear clench their gut. Generations of cautionary tales, of sanitized history lessons depicting the wasteland as a place of ultimate horror, flooded their mind. This was the boogeyman come to life, magnified 1,000-fold. Yet beneath the terror, their inherent curiosity, the unsettling trait Overseer Jackoran had noted, stirred. They took a tentative step forward, the crunch of their boots on the dry, uneven ground shockingly loud in the vast quiet. The ground felt different, rough, yielding, alive in a way the vault's polished floors never were. Their hand instinctively went to the Pip-Boy 2000 strapped to their wrist. The familiar green glow of its monochrome screen was a small, comforting anchor in this sea of alien sensory input. They tapped the screen, navigating through the clunky interface. The internal vault schematics, once their primary navigational tool, were now useless. They switched to the map function. The Pip-Boy struggled, its ancient GPS struggling to triangulate a position in a world where satellites likely no longer existed, or were certainly not maintained. After a few agonizing moments, a crude, pixelated map materialized, showing a rough outline of the surrounding topography. A small, blinking dot marked their current location, just outside a larger, unlabeled icon that they knew represented Vault 13. There were no clear roads, no marked paths, just faint, winding lines that might have once been trails, now swallowed by dust and debris. A few larger, blurry icons indicated ruined settlement or irradiated zone, grim warnings more than helpful directions. The Overseer had mentioned another vault or a pre-war water facility. How to find it. The Pip-Boy's data was sparse, designed for Vault internal use, not for navigating a post-apocalyptic continent. It contained fragments of pre-war geographical data, mostly focused on the immediate region around Vault 13, showing vague outlines of what were once cities. But no specific directions to a water chip facility. The weight of the mission pressed down on them. 100 days. That was the maximum time the Vault had if rationing held. 100 days to traverse this terrifying, unknown landscape, find a mythical component, and return. It felt like an impossible task, a cruel joke played by a malicious universe. They touched the small, intricately carved locket tucked into their jumpsuit pocket, Jacqueline's great-grandmother's heirloom. Its cool metal was a tangible link to the past, to the world that was, and to the people they had left behind. You carry the hopes of every soul in this vault. The overseer's words echoed in their mind, a powerful, terrifying mantra. Taking a deep breath, the Dweller forced themselves to move. They chose a direction, a slight rise in the terrain that offered a marginally better view of the distant, ruined structures. Their gait was stiff, unaccustomed to the uneven ground, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon, the low hills, the sparse brush. Every rustle of dry leaves, every shifting shadow, brought their hand instinctively to the 10 pistol holstered at their side. The weapon felt heavy, cold, and utterly foreign. They had trained with it in simulations, learned the basic protocols for self-defense, but the reality of holding it, of knowing its purpose, was a chilling sensation. As they walked, the muted sunlight began to warm their skin, a sensation both novel and slightly uncomfortable after centuries of climate-controlled existence. They felt a strange sense of vulnerability, exposed to the elements in a way no vault dweller had been for generations. The vastness of the sky, once an abstract concept, now loomed over them, an endless, indifferent blue-gray canvas. There were no ceiling panels, no reinforced concrete, just the immense, terrifying freedom of open space. After what felt like an eternity but was likely only an hour, they reached the crest of the small rise. The view was desolate, stretching to the hazy horizon. The ruined structures in the distance now appeared as skeletal remains of skyscrapers, gnawed by time and nuclear fire. They looked like jagged teeth against the pale sky. Closer, the ground was littered with debris, twisted metal, shattered concrete, the unrecognizable husks of what might have once been vehicles. This was not the clean, sterile ruin of a museum exhibit. This was the brutal, unyielding reality of a world that had ripped itself apart. Suddenly, a movement caught their eye. A low, scuttling shape, perhaps 50 yards away, darting between the withered shrubs. It was small, no bigger than a pre-war domestic cat, but its movements were jerky, unnatural. Its skin, what little could be seen, was a mottled gray-green, and its head seemed slightly too large for its body. A mutated creature. A gecko, perhaps, one of the smaller, less dangerous mutations described in the Vault's limited bestiary. It stopped, its head cocked, as if sensing their presence. The Dweller froze, pistol half drawn. Their heart hammered against their ribs. This was real. This was the wasteland. After a tense moment, the creature darted away, disappearing into a crevice in the rocks. The encounter, though brief and non-threatening, served as a stark reminder of the constant danger. Every living thing out here was likely a mutation, a predator, or both. The Vault's sanitized lessons had not conveyed the visceral reality of it. They continued their trek, trying to maintain a steady pace, conserving their strength. The Pip-Boy's internal Geiger counter, initially a silent feature, began to chirp softly. A low-level radiation warning. The Dweller glanced at the display, 0. 5 rads hour. Not immediately dangerous, but a constant, insidious threat. They adjusted their course slightly, trying to avoid any areas that showed higher readings, relying on the Pip-Boy's rudimentary sensor. This was a new skill, a constant negotiation with an invisible killer. As the day wore on, the muted sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange, colors the dweller had only ever seen in faded holotapes. The air grew cooler and the shadows lengthened, transforming the desolate landscape into a realm of shifting, monstrous forms. The thought of spending a night outside, exposed and vulnerable, sent a fresh wave of panic through them. The vault had no night, only the consistent, regulated cycles of its internal lighting system. They needed shelter. They scanned the horizon, looking for anything that offered protection. A small cluster of crags and boulders offered a potential hiding spot, a place where they could at least be partially obscured. As they cautiously approached, they noticed a faint, metallic glint amidst the rocks. A piece of rusted, twisted rebar, sticking out from what looked like the collapsed entrance to a small cave or tunnel. It was barely large enough for them to squeeze into, but it was better than nothing. Before entering, they used their Pip-Boy's light to scan the interior. Dust, loose rocks, and the unsettling silence of an undisturbed space. No immediate threats apparent. They squeezed inside, pulling some loose rocks and debris to partially obscure the entrance. The air inside was still cool and carried a faint, earthy smell. It was a small, claustrophobic space, a stark contrast to the vault's spacious corridors, but it was shelter. Huddled in the cramped space, the vault dweller pulled out one of their precious purified water rations. The taste was familiar, sterile, and utterly precious. They ate a nutrient-paced ration, a bland but filling sustenance. The locket felt warm in their hand. They stared at the Pip-Boy's screen, its green glow illuminating their weary face. The internal clock showed it had been roughly 10 hours since they left the vault. Day 1. 99 more if they were lucky. They tried to make sense of the Pip-Boy's limited data. There was a section labeled Vault Tech Facilities, but it was mostly blank or showed cryptic designations like Experimental Vault 22 or Control Vault 15, with no geographical coordinates. Vault 15, was that a possibility? The data was too vague. This was not a simple GPS navigation task. It was a quest for information, for clues, for whispers of a forgotten world. The dwellers settled into an uncomfortable position, their back against the cold, rough rock. The 10 pistol lay beside them, a cold, hard comfort. Sleep would be difficult, if not impossible. Every distant sound, every rustle of the wind, would be magnified by their fear. But as they lay there, watching the last sliver of the muted sunset fade from the small opening, a new feeling began to emerge, slowly pushing aside the terror. A sense of determination. A fierce, unyielding resolve. They were not just a vault dweller anymore. They were the vault dweller. The chosen one. The last hope. They had been bred for stability, for comfort, for routine. But Vault Tech, in its twisted wisdom, had also designed them for this moment, for this test of resilience and resourcefulness. The curiosity that had always set them apart, the yearning for knowledge of the old world, now felt like a hidden strength, a compass guiding them through the wreckage. They would observe, they would learn, they would adapt. They had to. For Vault 13. For everyone. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and for the vault dweller, the journey into its unforgiving heart had only just taken its first, terrifying steps. The true test was not just to survive the wasteland, but to understand it, to navigate its dangers, and to emerge from its depths with the salvation of their people. As the last light faded, plunging the wasteland into a deep, starless night, the solitary figure in the cramped cave closed their eyes, the hum of the failing water chip a phantom sound in their weary mind, a constant reminder of the urgent, impossible task that lay ahead. The muted dawn of the second day crept over the cracked earth, painting the skeletal ruins in bruised purples and sickly greens. The vault dweller, stiff and aching from a night spent huddled in the cramped cave, blinked against the strange light. Every muscle protested, every joint creaked. The sterile comfort of their vault bed, a distant memory, now felt like an impossible luxury. They had slept fitfully, if at all, their senses on high alert, every rustle of the dry wind, every distant, unknown cry, jolting them awake. The taste of dust clung to their tongue, and a gnawing emptiness echoed in their stomach. Thirst, a sensation rarely experienced within the vault, was a persistent, dry ache in their throat. They checked their Pip-Boy. The Geiger counter still chirped softly, a constant, low-level radiation exposure that was slowly accumulating. Supplies were already dwindling. One purified water ration consumed, a nutrient-paced ration gone. The pistol, a cold weight on their hip, felt less foreign, more like a necessary extension of their fear. The locket, clutched in their hand for most of the night, offered a strange sense of grounding. Pushing aside a small pile of loose rocks, the dweller emerged from their meager shelter. The air was cool and dry, carrying the same desolate scent of earth and decay. The landscape stretched out, indifferent and hostile. They consulted the Pip-Boy's rudimentary map again. The blurry outlines of pre-war cities were still there, tantalizingly close in theory, yet impossibly far in this reality. There was no clear path, no arrow pointing to salvation. The overseer's words echoed, "Find the water, Chip. Bring us salvation." But how? Where? The dweller decided on a simple strategy: move towards the largest cluster of ruins visible on the hazy horizon. Logic dictated that if any pre-war water facility or another vault existed, it would likely be near a population center, or what was left of one. It was a desperate guess, but it was a direction. The second day was a grueling march. The uneven terrain, littered with debris and sharp rocks, was unforgiving. Their vault-issued boots, while durable, were not designed for such punishment. Every step was a conscious effort, their legs burning, their lungs aching from the dry, dusty air. The sky remained a vast, indifferent canvas of muted colors, offering no shade from the relentless, diffused sunlight. They saw more mutated flora, gnarled, thorny bushes that seemed to writhe with a malevolent life, and strange, luminescent fungi clinging to the undersides of rocks. Mid-morning, the Pip-Boy's Geiger counter began to click more insistently, its readings climbing. A faint, greenish glow shimmered around a cluster of twisted metal and shattered concrete in the distance. An irradiated zone, the Pip-Boy warned. The dweller cautiously skirted the area, adding precious miles to their journey, but avoiding the invisible killer. The wasteland was not just a physical challenge, it was a constant mental negotiation with unseen threats. The first true test of their combat training came in the late afternoon. They were navigating a shallow, rocky ravine, the air thick with the metallic tang of rust from countless overturned vehicles, when a low, chittering sound echoed from the rocks above. Before they could react, two creatures, larger than any gecko they had seen, scuttled down the rocky slope. They were the size of small dogs, their bodies covered in thick, segmented chitin, their tails ending in menacing, barbed stingers. Red scorpions. Panic flared cold and sharp. This was not a simulation. This was real. The creatures moved with unnerving speed, their pincers clicking, their venomous stingers twitching. The vault dweller fumbled for their pistol, their hands trembling. The first shot went wide, kicking up dust harmlessly. The light red scorpion hissed, lunging. Instinct honed by countless hours of vault security drills finally kicked in. The dweller dropped to one knee, steadying their aim. Headshots, always headshots for armored targets, Captain Mendez's voice echoed in their mind. They squeezed the trigger. The 10 pistol barked, a shockingly loud report in the desolate quiet. The red scorpion shrieked, its chitinous head exploding in a spray of green ichor and shattered carapace. It thrashed for a moment, then fell still. The second red scorpion hesitated, its beady eyes fixing on the dweller. Fear morphed into a grim determination. The vault dweller fired again, this time aiming for the soft underbelly as the creature reared back. The shot found its mark. The red scorpion collapsed, twitching, then lay still. Breathing heavily, the dweller stood, the pistol still clutched in their shaking hand. The acrid smell of ozone and gunpowder mingled with the strange, sickly odor of the dead creatures. Their heart hammered, a frantic drum against their ribs. They had killed. Not in a simulation, but for real. The act felt both horrifying and strangely empowering. They had survived. They had fought back. The wasteland was brutal, but they were learning its rules. The feeling of vulnerability was still there, but now it was tempered by a nascent understanding of their own capacity for violence, for survival. They quickly scavenged the red scorpions, remembering a vague lesson about consuming protein in the wild. The meat was tough, stringy, and tasted faintly of chemicals, but it was sustenance. Another lesson learned: the wasteland provided, but at a cost. They found a shallow depression near a collapsed highway overpass to spend their second night, pulling debris around themselves for cover. The stars, once a myth, were now a dazzling, terrifying display in the clear, unpolluted sky, a stark reminder of the infinite vastness beyond the vault's steel ceiling. The loneliness was a physical ache, a profound emptiness that gnawed at them more fiercely than hunger or thirst. They missed the constant, soft hum of the vault, the familiar faces, the predictable routines. They missed the asterisk safety. Days blurred into a monotonous rhythm of walking, scavenging, and constant vigilance. The vault dweller learned to read the subtle signs of the wasteland, the shifting sands, the faint tracks of creatures, the telltale glow of radiation. Their body, initially soft from 2 centuries of comfort, began to harden, their movements becoming more efficient, their senses sharper. The pistol, once alien, now felt like a natural extension of their arm. They encountered more mutated creatures, giant, irradiated ants, their mandibles clicking menacingly, packs of feral dogs, their fur patchy and matted, and distant, shadowy figures that moved with an unnatural gait, which the Pip-Boy vaguely identified as ghoulids. They learned to avoid, to hide, to run, and when necessary, to fight with a cold, desperate efficiency. Their supplies continued to dwindle. Water was their most precious commodity, carefully rationed, each sip a conscious act of survival. Hunger was a constant companion, forcing them to forage for edible plant life, strange, bulbous fungi, or the tough, fibrous roots of mutated desert plants. The nutrient pastes were long gone. The wasteland, they realized, was not just about finding a water chip, it was about the daily, brutal struggle for existence itself. After nearly 2 weeks of relentless trekking, the vault dweller stumbled upon a site that was both terrifying and hopeful, a crude, makeshift settlement. It was nestled in the ruins of what might have been a small pre-war town, a collection of ramshackle shacks built from corrugated metal, scavenged wood, and bits of plastic sheeting. A plume of wood smoke rose lazily into the pale sky. This was the first sign of human, or at least sentient, life they had seen since leaving Vault 13. Their vault-bred instincts screamed caution. The overseer's lessons about outsiders and raiders were vivid. But desperation and the gnawing need for information pushed them forward. They approached slowly, pistol drawn but held low, ready for anything. A figure emerged from one of the shacks, a tall, gaunt man with leathery, sun-baked skin and eyes that seemed to hold centuries of weariness. He wore patched-up leather armor, and a crude rifle was slung over his shoulder. He watched the dweller approach, his gaze wary, unblinking. "State your business, vault dweller," the man rasped, his voice gravelly, his hand resting on his rifle. He recognized the jumpsuit. The vault's distinctive blue and yellow was a rare, almost mythical sight in the wasteland. The dweller hesitated, surprised by the direct address. I seek a water purification chip. For my vault. The man grunted a dry, humorless sound. A water chip, eh? They always need a water chip. Where's your vault, fresh meat? And how'd you get out? Vault 13, the dweller replied, choosing to omit the details of their forced exile. It's to the south. Our chip is failing. Vault 13, eh? Heard tales. Always thought it was just legend. The man slowly lowered his rifle, but his eyes remained sharp. Name's Seth. I run this dust trap. You got anything to trade for information, Vault Dweller? Water's scarce and information's scarcer. The dweller felt a surge of relief. Information. I have caps, they said, remembering the currency mentioned in some of the Pip-Boys' fragmented pre-war data. They pulled out a handful of bottle caps, polished and pristine from their time in the vault. Seth's eyes widened almost imperceptibly at the sight of the untouched caps. Well now, those are clean. All right, Vault Dweller. What information do you seek? A water chip. Or any place that might have one. A pre-war water facility, another vault. Seth chewed on his lip, his gaze distant. Water chip, eh? That's a tall order. Most of that old tech is long gone or broken. But he paused, his eyes narrowing. There's a place. North, maybe a week's journey on foot. Old city. They call it Necropolis. The dweller's heart leaped. Necropolis. What is it? It's a ghoul town, Seth said, his voice dropping slightly. A city of the dead. Inhabited by ghouls. The walking corpses. They're survivors of the Great War, irradiated but not killed. They are different. Some are feral, mindless monsters. Others, like the ones in Necropolis, they're smart. They talk. They hoard old tech, scavenge the ruins. They've got a working water pump, rumor has it. Pre-war tech still running. A city of ghouls. The concept was horrifying yet compelling. The Vault Dweller had only known the sanitized, abstract concept of ghouloids from their bestiary. The idea of sentient, talking ghouls was a new, unsettling reality. But a working water pump, do they have a water chip? The dweller pressed. Maybe. They got a lot of old tech. But they ain't friendly to outsiders. Especially not to smoothskins like us, Seth warned, using a term the dweller would later learn was a derogatory slur for non-mutated humans. You go there, you go careful. Very careful. And don't expect a warm welcome. They don't take kindly to trespassers. Seth provided rudimentary directions, sketching a crude map in the dust with a stick, pointing towards a distant, larger cluster of ruins on the northern horizon. Follow the old highway north best you can. It'll lead you close. But stay clear of the glow before you get there. That's a bad place. Real bad. He pointed to a region on the Pip-Boys map, a blurry, irradiated zone that seemed to pulse with a faint, malevolent red. The dweller thanked Seth, offering him more caps. Seth accepted them with a nod, his eyes still wary. Good luck, Vault Dweller. You'll need it. The wasteland don't give up its secrets easy. And ghouls, they got their own secrets. With a new, albeit terrifying, destination, the Vault Dweller continued their journey. The knowledge of Necropolis, a specific goal, infused them with a renewed sense of purpose. The overwhelming vastness of the wasteland now felt slightly less insurmountable. But the description of Necropolis, a city of walking corpses hoarding pre-war tech, filled them with a profound unease. It was a place of hope, but also of immense, unknown danger. The trek to Necropolis was a test of endurance unlike anything before. The landscape grew harsher, more desolate. They passed through the skeletal remains of what were once sprawling suburbs, now reduced to crumbling foundations and heaps of rubble. The wind carried the mournful creak of twisted metal, a lament for a world long lost. They saw more signs of human activity, abandoned encampments, crude symbols painted on crumbling walls, and occasionally the chilling sight of a skeleton picked clean, a grim testament to the wasteland's unforgiving nature. Radiation pockets became more frequent, forcing the dweller to become adept at navigating around them, their Pip-Boy's Geiger counter a constant, low-level buzz in their ear. They learned to identify the subtle signs of radiation sickness in themselves, a persistent fatigue, a metallic taste that wasn't just dust, a faint nausea. They pushed through it, knowing there was no turning back. The loneliness was a constant companion, a heavy cloak that settled around them during the long, star-filled nights. They dreamt of the vault, of its soft lights and familiar faces, of the comforting hum of the water chip. Waking up to the cold, stark reality of the wasteland was a fresh heartbreak each morning. Yet with each passing day, a new kind of strength emerged. They were no longer just a vault dweller, a product of a controlled environment. They were a survivor, resourceful and resilient, hardened by the brutal lessons of the outside world. Their perspective on the old world also began to shift. The sanitized history lessons of the vault had painted a picture of a vibrant, technologically advanced society that simply succumbed to its own hubris. But seeing the sheer scale of the destruction, the twisted metal and shattered concrete stretching for miles, the pervasive, invisible killer of radiation, the dweller began to grasp the true horror of the Great War. It wasn't just a cautionary tale, it was an apocalyptic act of self-annihilation, a wound that would take centuries to heal, if ever. The vault, once a symbol of salvation, now felt like a fragile, temporary reprieve from an unending nightmare. As they drew closer to the general area Seth had indicated, the ruins grew larger, more imposing. The silhouettes of skyscrapers, once distant teeth on the horizon, now loomed like skeletal giants, their upper floors lost in the perpetual haze. The air grew heavier, thick with the smell of decay, and something foul and metallic. The Pip-Boy's Geiger counter became almost a continuous drone, indicating higher ambient radiation levels than they had previously encountered. They navigated through a maze of collapsed buildings, their footsteps echoing eerily in the silent canyons of rubble. The street beneath their feet was cracked and uneven, littered with the rusted husks of pre-war vehicles, frozen in their final moments. Signs, faded and twisted, still clung to some buildings, displaying remnants of pre-war advertisements, cheerful images of families and products that now seemed grotesquely out of place. Then they saw them. The ghouls. Not the feral, mindless ones they had glimpsed in the distance, but figures that moved with a strange, shuffling gait, their skin desiccated and peeling, their eyes sunken and often glowing faintly in the gloom. They were scavenging, sifting through rubble, their movements slow but purposeful. They wore tattered remnants of pre-war clothing, some even carrying crude tools or scavenged weapons. They were a chilling sight, a walking testament to the horrors of radiation, yet they were undeniably sentient. The dweller froze, hidden behind a crumbling wall, pistol raised. Seth's warning echoed, "They don't take kindly to trespassers." But they also had a working water pump and potentially the water chip. This was the place. This was Necropolis. The city was a sprawling monument to decay, a labyrinth of shattered dreams and lingering radiation. The silence was broken by the occasional groan of shifting debris, the scuttling of unseen creatures, and the unsettling, guttural murmurs of the ghouls. The dweller realized they were seeing the world not as it was, but as it became after the bombs, a living, breathing testament to humanity's folly, where the survivors were often as twisted as the landscape itself. They moved stealthily, keeping to the shadows, their heart a frantic drum against their ribs. The fear was immense, but so was the determination. They had come too far, endured too much, to turn back now. The desperate faces of their vault community flashed in their mind, the silent plea of Overseer Jackorin. Finally, after hours of tense, cautious infiltration, the vault dweller found themselves at the edge of a wider, more open area, a plaza of sorts, surrounded by the hulks of larger buildings. In the center, amidst a collection of more organized, albeit still crude, structures, stood a tall, rusted metal tower, clearly a pre-war water tower. And beneath it, a complex array of pipes and machinery, still humming faintly. The water pump. The heart of Necropolis. Ghouls milled about, some carrying buckets, others tinkering with scavenged parts. A few sat by small, smoldering fires, their sunken eyes fixed on the flames. This was it. The perilous journey to Necropolis had ended. The true challenge, however, was just beginning. They were in the city of the dead, surrounded by its strange, irradiated inhabitants, their hopes for Vault 13 resting on finding a small, irreplaceable piece of technology in this vast, hostile, and utterly alien world. The vault dweller took a deep breath, the metallic tang of the air filling their lungs. They had survived the journey. Now they had to survive the destination. The vault dweller, heart hammering, remained hidden behind the crumbling wall, observing Necropolis. The ghouls were indeed sentient, their movements deliberate, their guttural murmurs carrying a strange, almost musical cadence. They were not the mindless monsters of vault lore, but beings with purpose, engaged in the mundane tasks of survival. Some tended to small, flickering fires, their sunken eyes reflecting the embers with an eerie glow. Others moved among the ruins, sifting through rubble, their leathery fingers surprisingly dexterous. The air, thick with the metallic tang of radiation, also carried the faint, earthy scent of their fires and the musty odor of decay. The water tower in the center of the plaza stood as a beacon of grim hope. Beneath it, the complex machinery of the water pump hummed faintly, its sound a softer, more irregular echo of the vault's own lifeblood. Several ghouls were gathered around it, not drawing water, but tinkering. One, taller and broader than the others, with a patchwork of tattered robes and a distinctively deep, resonant voice, seemed to be directing the others. He pointed at a section of pipe, then gestured emphatically, his exposed, skeletal fingers emphasizing his words. Even from a distance, the dweller could discern a note of frustration in his tone. This observation shifted the dweller's initial plan. Stealth, while still paramount, might not be the only avenue. These ghouls had a working water source, but it seemed they also had problems with it. This was an opportunity. The overseer's words about problem-solving capacity and ingenuity resurfaced. Could their vault-bred knowledge, however procedural, be a currency? Taking a deep breath, the dweller reholstered their pistol, making a conscious decision to approach not as a threat, but as a potential solution. They moved cautiously from their hiding spot, stepping into the open, their bright blue jumpsuit a stark splash of color against the muted browns and grays of the ghoul city. A ghoul, hunched over a pile of scavenged metal near the plaza's edge, looked up. Its head snapped towards the dweller, its sunken eyes widening slightly. A low growl rumbled in its throat, and it slowly rose, a rusty pipe clutched in its hand. Other ghouls in the vicinity began to turn, their murmurs ceasing, replaced by an unsettling, collective silence. The tall ghoul by the water pump, hearing the shift in atmosphere, turned. His gaze, surprisingly intelligent despite the ravaged features of his face, fixed on the dweller. He was old, ancient even, his skin pulled taut over his skull, his teeth yellowed and exposed in a perpetual rictus. His eyes, however, held a depth that spoke of centuries of survival and observation. A smooth skin, the tall ghoul rasped, his voice cutting through the silence. It was not a question but a statement of fact, laced with a weary suspicion. And a vault dweller, no less. From the legends. What brings one of your kind to Necropolis? The dweller held up their empty hands, a gesture of peace. My name is I am the Vault Dweller. From Vault 13. Our water purification chip is failing. We need a replacement. They spoke clearly, projecting a calm they did not entirely feel. The ghoul leader let out a dry, humorless chuckle. A water chip. Always a water chip. You smoothskins, you break your toys, then you come crawling to us, the monsters, to fix them. He gestured with a skeletal hand towards the pump. Ours is failing too, in its own way. The pump is strong, but the filters, the radiation in the groundwater, it's getting worse. We cannot keep up. This was it. The opening. I am an engineer, the dweller lied, stretching their limited keeper of the hum experience into a grander claim. I understand vault systems. Perhaps I can help you with your filtration in exchange for information or a spare part. The ghoul later squinted, his gaze piercing. You understand our asterisk systems, smoothskin. You understand the grit of 100 years of radioactive sludge, the mutations in the pipes, the constant battle against the Earth itself. Your vault systems are pristine, child. Untouched. He took a slow, shuffling step forward. We are not fools. What do you truly offer? Knowledge, the dweller insisted, their voice gaining confidence. Of pre-war designs of optimal filtration techniques. Your pump is old. Perhaps I can make it more efficient, extend its life, or even find a way to circumvent the need for a single, critical chip. This was a bluff, a desperate gamble based on vague memories of vault schematics and theoretical discussions. But it was all they had. The ghoul leader paused, considering. He looked at the other ghouls, who watched with silent intensity. Then he turned back to the dweller. My name is Set. I am the leader of Necropolis. Many smoothskins have come here. Most have brought only trouble. Some have brought death. Why should I trust you, Vault Dweller? Because my people are dying of thirst, just as yours will if your pump fails completely, the Dweller stated, letting the raw desperation show. We share a common enemy, the decay of the old world. And a common need, water. Set's expression remained unreadable for a long moment. Finally, he gave a slow nod. Perhaps. Come, show me your knowledge. He turned and shuffled towards the water pump, the other ghouls parting to let him pass, their eyes still following the dweller with suspicion. As the dweller approached the water pump, they saw the problem more clearly. It was a magnificent piece of pre-war engineering, a massive, multi-stage filtration and purification system, far more robust than Vault 13's compact unit. But it was ancient, caked in grime, and clearly struggling. The pipes were encrusted with mineral deposits, and the filtration matrices, visible through cracked inspection ports, were choked with a blackish-green slime. The main intake pump itself, a massive piston-driven beast, shuddered with an irregular rhythm, a sound that made the dweller wince. The filters, Set said, gesturing with a hand that seemed to consist mostly of bone. They clog too quickly. We clean them, yes, but the source is bad. The radiation, it poisons the water, even after it's cleaned. We need better ways to filter, to purify. But our knowledge is limited. We scavenge, we adapt. But we cannot create asterisk. The Dweller studied the system, their Pip-Boy now an invaluable tool. They activated its diagnostic mode, carefully scanning the ghoul pump's various components. The device, designed for vault systems, struggled to interpret the jury-rigged connections and centuries of neglect, but it did provide some basic readings. The filtration stages were indeed overwhelmed. The primary molecular sieve, the closest equivalent to Vault 13's water chip, was still functional, but operating at a fraction of its intended efficiency, constantly battling against the high levels of contaminants. Your molecular sieve is robust, the Dweller conceded, choosing their words carefully. But it's being overloaded. The pre-filtration stages are insufficient. You need a more effective way to remove larger particulate matter and some of the heavy metals before it reaches the core purification. Set grunted. We know this. But the materials, the design. Our scavengers find much, but the blueprints for such things are gone. The Dweller's mind raced. They remembered a section in Vault 13's old engineering manuals, a theoretical design for a multi-layered sand and charcoal filtration system, intended as an emergency backup for early vault prototypes. It was low-tech but effective for pre-filtration. It didn't require a complex chip. I can design a new pre-filtration system, the Dweller announced, their gaze firm. Using scavenged materials. Sand, gravel, activated charcoal. Layers. It won't be as efficient as your molecular sieve, but it will take the strain off it, extend its life, and improve overall water quality. It's a design from the old world, simple but effective. Set looked skeptical. Simple. You speak of magic, Smoothskin. Our ghouls have tried many things. It's not magic, it's engineering, the Dweller countered, their voice gaining an almost academic tone, recalling their vault classes. It requires labor and the right materials. If you provide them, I can show you how to build it. It will free your main purifier to focus on the finer purification, the radiation. Set stared at the Dweller, then at his own ghoul technicians, who murmured among themselves. And in exchange. A water chip, the Dweller reiterated. A compatible molecular sieve, if you have a spare. Or knowledge of where I can find one. A long silence stretched between them, punctuated by the shuddering pump. Finally, Set nodded slowly. We have a spare sieve. From an old, derelict facility we scavenged decades ago. It's not identical to this one, but it is a molecular purification unit. We keep it as a last resort, never knowing if it would work with our pump. It is in the depths of our old storage, guarded. If your design works, if it helps our water, then we will consider your request. It was a gamble, but the only one they had. The Dweller spent the next few days immersed in the ghoul settlement, a strange, alien world within a world. They directed the ghouls, explaining the principles of multi-stage filtration, using diagrams drawn in the dust. They supervised the collection of materials, coarse sand from a nearby dry riverbed, crushed gravel from collapsed buildings, and charcoal painstakingly produced from scavenged wood fires. The ghouls, initially wary, slowly began to respond to the Dweller's clear instructions and practical approach. Their leathery faces, usually impassive, sometimes showed a flicker of understanding, even grudging respect. The Dweller worked tirelessly, their vault-bred hands, once accustomed to sterile tools and pristine components, now expertly manipulating crude shovels and rusted pipes. They learned to ignore the pervasive smell of decay, the unsettling sight of exposed bone and desiccated flesh. They saw the ghouls not as monsters, but as fellow survivors, burdened by their own unique struggles. They were resilient, resourceful, and fiercely protective of their home. Set, meanwhile, observed the Dweller with a hawk-like intensity. He asked probing questions about the vault, about the old world, about the dweller's motivations. The dweller, careful not to reveal too much about Vault Tech's true intentions, spoke of their home, their people, and the slow, agonizing death by thirst that awaited them. Set, having witnessed countless deaths in the wasteland, seemed to understand that desperation. After 3 grueling days, the new pre-filtration system was complete. It was crude, a series of barrels and mesh screens filled with layers of sand, gravel, and charcoal, connected by scavenged pipes to the main water intake. It looked like a jury-rigged monstrosity, but the principles were sound. When the pump was restarted, the difference was almost immediate. The water flowing into the molecular sieve was visibly cleaner, less turbid. The sieve itself, no longer struggling against the overwhelming load, began to hum with a more regular, healthier rhythm. Set and his ghoul technicians watched the diagnostic readings with bated breath. The water purity began to climb slowly but steadily to levels they hadn't seen in decades. The taste, when they sampled it, was noticeably clearer, less metallic. A ripple of excited murmurs spread through the ghoul community. Set turned to the dweller, his sunken eyes holding a rare flicker of something akin to awe. You did it, Smoothskin. The water is better. Much better. You are true to your word. Now about the chip, the dweller said, trying to keep their voice even despite the surge of hope. Set nodded. Follow me. He led the dweller through a maze of crumbling buildings, down into a dark, subterranean passage that smelled of damp earth and ancient dust. The air grew heavier, the radiation readings on the Pip-Boy climbing steadily. They passed through a heavy, rusted metal door, into a chamber that served as Necropolis's main archive and storage. It was filled with scavenged technology, blinking computer terminals, rusted machinery, dusty boxes of pre-war junk. In the center of the room, on a makeshift workbench, sat a large, intricate piece of machinery. It was clearly a water purification unit, smaller than Necropolis's main pump, but similar in design. And embedded within it, carefully secured, was a component that made the dweller's heart leap. It was a water chip. Not identical to Vault 13's, but unmistakably a molecular purification processor. Its casing was slightly different, its internal conduits arranged in a slightly varied pattern, but the core function, the overall size and shape, were compatible. It was a pre-war artifact, still humming with a faint, dormant energy. This is the spare molecular sieve, Set explained. We salvaged it from a facility far to the north, near the glow. Its systems are different from ours, but the purification core is sound. We never integrated it, fearing it would destabilize our own pump. The dweller approached the chip, their hands almost reverent. This was it. The salvation of Vault 13. They carefully examined it, comparing it to the schematics of their own Vault's chip stored in their Pip-Boy. The interfaces, while not perfectly identical, were compatible. With a bit of modification, it would work. I can use this, the dweller said, their voice thick with emotion. It will save my vault. Set watched them, his expression unreadable. You saved ours. For now. But tell me, Vault Dweller, what is the difference between your vault and this city? We both hoard old tech. We both struggle for water. We both fear the outside. Yet you call us monsters, and you call yourselves humanity's future. The question hung in the irradiated air, a profound challenge to everything the dweller had been taught. They had seen the ghouls, lived among them for days. They had witnessed their struggle, their ingenuity, their leadership. They were not monsters. They were survivors. Twisted by radiation, yes, but undeniably human in their struggle, their hopes, their fears. There is no difference, Set, the dweller finally replied, their voice soft but firm. Only the way we look. and the choices we make. You are survivors just like us. Set gave a slow, deliberate nod, a flicker of something that might have been respect in his eyes. Take the chip, Vault Dweller, and may it serve you well. But remember this, the wasteland does not care for your smooth skin ideals. It cares only for survival. And sometimes the monsters are not the ones who look different. Carefully, meticulously, the Dweller disconnected the water chip from its dormant unit, using a set of scavenged tools provided by Set's technicians. It was a delicate operation, requiring precision and a steady hand. The chip itself was surprisingly heavy, a dense block of pre-war circuitry and filtration membranes. They wrapped it in several layers of scavenged cloth, then secured it carefully in their satchel. It felt like holding the very heart of their vault. The journey back through Necropolis was different. The ghouls no longer looked at the Dweller with suspicion, but with a newfound, if still cautious, respect. Some even offered guttural farewells as the Dweller ascended from the underground storage and made their way back to the outskirts of the city. As they emerged from the ruins, the same sickly yellow sun greeted them. The air still carried the acrid tang of radiation, but now, the Dweller felt a subtle shift within themselves. They were still afraid, still burdened by the urgency of their mission, but something had changed. The wasteland no longer felt entirely alien. They had navigated its dangers, adapted to its brutality, and even found common ground with its most feared inhabitants. They had seen humanity's resilience, not just in their own vault, but in the desiccated faces of the ghouls of Necropolis. The return journey was a race against time. The Pip-Boy's internal clock was a constant, grim reminder. The vault had perhaps 80 days left. Every step was fueled by the knowledge of the precious cargo in their satchel and the desperate faces of their people. They retraced their steps, navigating the treacherous terrain, avoiding known irradiated zones, and moving with a new urgency. The lessons learned on the way to Necropolis served them well. They were faster, more efficient, more adept at scavenging and avoiding threats. Their encounters with mutated creatures were handled with a newfound confidence, a cold, calculated efficiency born of experience. They knew which plants were edible, which shadows offered the best cover, which sounds signaled danger. The wasteland was still brutal, but they were no longer completely blind. Days and nights blurred into a relentless trek. The physical toll was immense. Their jumpsuit was torn and stained, their skin weathered and cracked by the sun and dust. Their body was a tapestry of aches and pains, but their will was unyielding. The locket, still clutched occasionally, was no longer just a reminder of the past, but a symbol of the future they were fighting for. The thought of Vault 13 was a powerful motivator. They imagined Overseer Jackorin, watching the dwindling water supply, bearing the secret burden. They pictured Alara Vance, meticulously trying to keep the failing system alive. They saw the faces of the children, innocent and unaware of the true horror that awaited them. They had Asterisk to succeed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, but was in reality only a few weeks, the familiar, low-lying hills around Vault 13 began to appear on the horizon. The sight sent a wave of relief so profound it almost buckled their knees. The giant, unlabeled icon on their Pip-Boy's map, representing their home, now felt like a welcoming beacon. As they drew closer, the Vault Dweller noticed something new, something unsettling. The air, even at this distance, carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. It was the hum of the vault, yes, but it was ragged, irregular, strained. And with it a new scent, faint but unmistakable, the metallic tang of impure water, the smell of desperation. The water chip was failing faster than even the Overseer's dire predictions. The vault was truly on the brink. They reached the familiar, cracked earth outside the vault's massive door. It was sealed as expected, a solid, unyielding wall of steel. The dweller approached it, their heart pounding with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. They pressed the emergency recall button, a feature they had been taught about in basic vault protocols, but had never imagined using. A moment of terrifying silence. Then a low, metallic groan. The gears, which had sealed them in and then released them, began to turn once more. The massive door slowly, agonizingly, began to retract. Dust billowed, stirred by the ancient mechanisms. The light that spilled from the opening was the crisp, white glow of the vault's fluorescent panels, a stark contrast to the muted yellow of the wasteland. And standing in the aperture, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and profound relief, were Overseer Jackorin, Alara Vance, and Captain Mendez. Behind them, silhouetted against the bright light, were dozens of other vault dwellers, their faces pale, their eyes wide with a desperate, unspoken question. The dweller, battered, bruised, and covered in the dust of the wasteland, stepped back into the sterile, familiar confines of their home. The hum of the vault, though strained, enveloped them. They pulled the satchel from their shoulder, their hand trembling as they carefully extracted the precious, cloth-wrapped object. "I have it," the vault dweller rasped, their voice hoarse from disuse and exhaustion, holding up the water chip. "I found it." A collective gasp, then a wave of cheers, surged through the assembled community. Relief, pure and unadulterated, washed over their faces. Overseer Jackorin rushed forward, his eyes fixed on the chip, then on the dweller's weary, triumphant face. Alara Vance gently took the chip, her hands moving with the reverence of a surgeon. The vault dweller had returned. They had faced the wasteland, survived its horrors, and brought back the salvation of their people. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and in its unforgiving heart, a single individual, once a product of comfort and routine, had forged themselves into a true survivor, proving humanity's worth not just to Vault Tech's unseen architects, but to the very survival of their species. The greatest test had been met, but the scars of the journey and the profound changes wrought by the wasteland would forever mark the Vault Dweller, and through them, the future of Vault 13. The immediate crisis was averted, but the story of their emergence and their confrontation with the true nature of their world was far from over. The cheers that erupted in the main cavern of Vault 13 were deafening, a wave of pure, unadulterated relief that washed over the weary Vault Dweller. Hands reached out, grasping theirs, pulling them into the embrace of their community. Overseer Jackorin, his face streaked with tears, clapped them on the shoulder, a silent, profound thank you in his eyes. Alara Vance, clutching the water chip like a sacred relic, hurried it towards the engineering deck, her ghoul-touched hands surprisingly gentle. The hum of the vault, which had grown ragged and strained, now seemed to sigh in anticipation of its renewal. The immediate hours were a flurry of activity. The Vault Dweller, utterly exhausted, was whisked away to the medical bay, where Dr. Thorne and his team meticulously cleaned their wounds, treated their radiation exposure with precious Rad-X and Rad-Away, and provided a nutrient-rich meal. They observed the dweller's weathered skin, the new calluses on their hands, the subtle shifts in their posture, and the haunted depth in their eyes. This was not the same individual who had left the vault. Meanwhile, Alara Vance, working with a team of her most trusted keepers of the hum, carefully integrated the Necropolis water chip into Vault 13's purification system. It was a delicate procedure, requiring precise recalibration and minor rerouting of conduits to accommodate the slightly different pre-war design. But Alara, guided by the dweller's crude sketches and her own innate engineering brilliance, accomplished it with remarkable speed. Within hours, the hum of the water purification system smoothed out, becoming the familiar, steady thrum that had been the vault's heartbeat for centuries. The water flowing from the taps ran clear and clean, its taste pure and sweet. A new wave of celebration, quieter but no less heartfelt, swept through the vault. The crisis was averted. For now. The following day, after a deep, dreamless sleep, the Vault Dweller was summoned to Overseer Jackoran's office. Alara Vance, Doctor. Thorn and Captain Mendez were already present, their faces a mixture of relief and renewed seriousness. The air in the office, usually sterile, felt charged with unspoken questions. Vault Dweller, Jackoran began, his voice softer than usual. You have saved us. You have accomplished the impossible. We are all deeply indebted to you. He gestured to a chair. Now we need to understand. Tell us everything. Every detail of your journey. Every encounter. Every observation. The Dweller recounted their odyssey, their voice hoarse but steady. They spoke of the desolation of the wasteland, the mutated creatures, the constant threat of radiation. They described the Red Scorpion attack, the grim necessity of violence, and the daily struggle for food and water. They spoke of Seth and his ramshackle settlement, and how they had bartered for information. But it was their account of Necropolis and the ghouls that truly captivated the Council. The description of sentient, talking ghouls, their organized society, their struggle to maintain their own water supply, and the grudging respect they had earned from Set challenged everything the Vault's sanitized history had taught them. They were not monsters, Overseer, the Dweller concluded, their gaze firm. They were survivors. Twisted by radiation, yes, but they had their own community, their own laws. They helped me, in exchange for my help with their pump. Jackoran listened intently, his fingers steepled, his expression unreadable. Alara Vance took meticulous notes, her brow furrowed in thought. Doctor. Thorn looked disturbed, clearly grappling with the biological implications of sentient, irradiated humans. Captain Mendez, ever practical, simply nodded, absorbing the tactical information. And you say they have a functioning water pump, an ancient, powerful one. Alara asked, her engineer's curiosity piqued. Yes, it was magnificent. Far larger than ours. But struggling with the contaminants, the Dweller confirmed. I helped them build a prefiltration system. They called me Smoothskin, but they respected my knowledge. Jackoran leaned forward. This changes our understanding of the wasteland significantly. We always assumed mindless mutants or scattered, desperate individuals. An organized ghoul society, capable of maintaining pre-war technology, is a profound development. He paused, a new, unsettling thought clouding his features. Did you encounter any other organized groups? Any other large, distinct populations? The Dweller hesitated, recalling the shadowy figures they had glimpsed in the distance, the ghouloids the Pip-Boy had vaguely identified. I saw other figures. Larger than ghouls, often moving in groups. They seemed to be scavenging or patrolling. My Pip-Boy identified them as ghouloids, but they looked different. Larger, greener, more brutish. I avoided them. Seth warned me to stay away from a place called the Glow, and these figures seemed to be more prevalent as I got closer to Necropolis. A sudden chill permeated the room, colder than any deep vault chamber. Jackoran's eyes, which had held a flicker of hope, now seemed haunted. He reached for his private terminal, his fingers flying across the interface, accessing encrypted files that even Alara Vance had never seen. The screen glowed with diagrams and documents that were disturbingly familiar to the Dweller, mirroring the cold, clinical language of Vault-Tech's societal preservation program. Vault-Tech's experiments were not limited to social engineering, Jackoran stated, his voice tight. Before the war, there were other programs. Military initiatives. Biological warfare research. One of the most terrifying was the forced evolutionary virus. La Feville. He brought up a schematic showing a grotesque, hulking figure. Green skin, massive musculature, crude, heavy weapons. Super mutants. The figures the Dweller had glimpsed. These ghouloids, as your Pip-Boy called them, are likely super mutants. They are humans exposed to a variant of the FEV virus, deliberately engineered to create a superior fighting force. Doctor. Thorn gasped, his hand flying to his mouth. Superior. Overseer, those are monsters. Monsters, yes, but engineered ones, Jackoran continued, his gaze fixed on the Dweller. They are incredibly strong, highly resistant to radiation, and often possess limited, but cunning, intelligence. Many are sterile, a tragic flaw in their evolution. Their purpose, as far as the pre-war archives indicate, was to create an unstoppable army. But the war ended before they could be fully deployed. Many of these experimental facilities were hit, releasing the virus into the wasteland or unleashing the already transformed subjects. The glow, the Dweller murmured, remembering Seth's warning. He said it was a bad place. A very bad place. The glow is the remains of West Tech Research Facility, Jackoran explained, one of the primary pre-war research sites for FEV. It is a highly irradiated ruin, a hotbed for these creatures. And the ghouls of Necropolis would know to avoid it. Super mutants often gather near sources of the FEV or seek out other survivors to convert them to their cause, believing they are purifying the world. Captain Mendez, who had been listening in grim silence, finally spoke. Overseer, if these super mutants are organized and they are moving, then Vault 13 is no longer just a hidden sanctuary. It's a potential target. They might see us as a source of clean humans for conversion, or simply as an obstacle to their purification of the world. A new, far greater fear settled over the Vault Council. The water chip crisis had been an internal, engineered threat. This was external, intelligent, and overwhelmingly powerful. The vulnerability of their vault, once thought absolute, was now terrifyingly clear. The Dweller's journey to Necropolis was a path through their territory, Alara observed, her voice tight. If they encountered them, it means these super mutants are active in our region. And if they are moving towards Necropolis, they could be moving towards us. Jackoran nodded grimly. Vault-Tech's experiment continues, it seems. We survived the internal test of ingenuity. Now we face the external test of survival against a deliberate, post-war threat. The question is, how does a sheltered society, now aware of its fragility, defend itself against a force designed for war? Over the next few days, the initial relief and celebration in Vault 13 slowly gave way to a creeping unease. Overseer Jackoran, with the Dweller's detailed accounts and his own access to the encrypted archives, began to disseminate information about the super mutants to the community, carefully editing out the FEV origin to avoid panic. He described them as highly mutated, aggressive humanoids, intelligent and dangerous, who saw unmutated humans as weak and sought to eliminate them or forcibly convert them. Captain Mendez immediately began to heighten security protocols. The Vault's small security force, armed with antiquated 10 pistols and laser pistols, began round-the-clock patrols of the inner perimeter. External sensors, long dormant or only passively monitored, were reactivated and calibrated to detect large, unusual movement patterns on the surface. Alara Vance and her engineering team began reviewing the Vault's external defenses, the massive door, the emergency blast doors, the rarely tested turrets embedded in the rock above the entrance. These systems were designed for nuclear war, for immediate, overwhelming force, not for sustained siege by a highly aggressive, intelligent enemy. The Vault Dweller, meanwhile, found themselves in a new, uncomfortable role. They were a hero, yes, but also a living embodiment of the wasteland's horrors. Other Vault Dwellers looked at them with a mixture of reverence and fear, their faces betraying a subtle distance. The Dweller was the only one who had seen these super mutants, who understood the true scale of the threat. Jackoran relied heavily on their observations, asking for details on their size, their weapons, their movements. "They carry crude but effective weapons," the Dweller explained to Captain Mendez during a security briefing. "Heavy clubs, rusty pipes, sometimes what looked like repurposed firearms, though I never saw them use them. They moved with a slow, powerful stride. And they were many. Not an army, but certainly more than just scattered groups." Mendez grimly absorbed the information. "Our standard security protocols are designed for internal breaches or small, feral creatures. A coordinated attack by these super mutants would overwhelm us." She looked at the Dweller, a flicker of desperation in her eyes. "You are our only combat veteran, Vault Dweller. Our only one who has faced this outside world." The realization settled heavily on the Dweller. They had saved the Vault from thirst, but now they were expected to save it from annihilation. Their brief experience fighting red scorpions and avoiding feral dogs felt woefully inadequate against an army of hulking, green-skinned humanoids. The first tangible evidence of the super mutant threat arrived a week later. Alara Vance's reactivated external sensors picked up a faint but distinct heat signature approaching Vault 13's vicinity from the north. Not a single creature, but a group. And then the visual confirmation. The Vault's external cameras, ancient and blurry, displayed the terrifying image. 3 hulking figures, their skin a mottled green, their bodies massive and heavily muscled, moving with a ponderous yet purposeful gait across the cracked earth. They carried crude, heavy clubs fashioned from rebar and scavenged metal. They were unmistakably super mutants. They stopped about a mile from the Vault entrance, scanning the area. One of them, larger than the others, let out a guttural roar that, even muffled by the rock, sent shivers down the spines of the Vault dwellers watching the monitors. They were probing. They knew something was here. Panic, raw and unadulterated, began to spread through the Vault. The carefully cultivated calm, the sense of security that had returned after the water chip, shattered instantly. Children cried, adults huddled together, their eyes wide with terror. The Vault, once their impenetrable sanctuary, now felt like a fragile eggshell. Overseer Jackoran, witnessing the fear, knew he had to act decisively. He addressed the community via the Vault's PA system, his voice calm and authoritative, despite the tremor in his hands. "My fellow Vault dwellers, we have detected hostile entities in the vicinity of the Vault. These are the mutated humanoids I spoke of. They are dangerous, but our Vault is strong. We will implement full security lockdown. All non-essential personnel to residential blocks. Security teams to defensive stations. We will weather this storm as we have weathered all others." The words were meant to reassure, but the underlying message was clear. The threat was real. The Vault was under siege. For the next several days, the super mutants maintained their presence, a constant, terrifying shadow just beyond the Vault's sealed door. They didn't directly attack, not yet. Instead, they patrolled, their guttural roars echoing through the canyons of rubble. They left unsettling signs, crude symbols painted in what looked like blood on rocks near the entrance, scavenged human bones arranged in disturbing patterns, and once, a grotesque effigy fashioned from rusted metal and tattered cloth, impaled on a jagged piece of rebar, pointing directly at the Vault door. They were sending a message of conquest and purification. Jackoran, secluded in his office, pored over the archives again, searching for any tactical advantage, any weakness in the super mutants. The pre-war data was fragmented, often contradictory, but a few key facts emerged. Their limited intelligence for many, their susceptibility to certain energy weapons, though the Vault had few of those, and their reliance on sheer brute force. And most disturbingly, their relentless drive to cleanse the world of smoothskins. He felt the cruel irony of Vault Tech's grand experiment. They had designed a society meant to be a baseline for rebuilding humanity, only to pit it against a threat that was itself a product of humanity's pre-war folly. The super mutants were another monstrous offspring of the old world, just as the Vaults themselves were. The Vault Dwellers spent their days training with Captain Mendez and her security team, teaching them the harsh realities of wasteland combat, conserving ammunition, aiming for weak points, using cover, understanding enemy movement. They were no longer just the hero who brought back water. They were the Vault's primary defense, its shield against the unknown. They taught Mendez's team how to use the limited laser pistols more effectively, how to improvise defenses, how to stay alive. Alara Vance, meanwhile, worked feverishly with her engineers to reinforce the Vault's exterior. They repurposed maintenance robots for external patrolling, armed with rudimentary sensors and warning sirens. They rerouted power to the dormant turrets, attempting to bring them online, a desperate gamble with centuries-old technology. The Vault community settled into a tense, anxious routine. Water was still plentiful thanks to the Dweller, but food rationing was implemented, just in case of a prolonged siege. The hydroponics team worked overtime, maximizing yields. The Vault, once a haven of comfort, was now a fortress preparing for war. One evening, as the muted sun set, casting long, eerie shadows across the wasteland, Overseer Jackoran called the Dweller back to his office. He looked profoundly weary, his shoulders slumped. "Vault Dweller," he began, "we cannot simply wait for them to breach our defenses. These super mutants are persistent. They will eventually find a weakness. Our Vault was designed to seal Asterisk, not to Asterisk fight an army." He gestured to the external camera feed, showing the distant, hulking figures still patrolling. "They are looking for something. Or someone. And they are getting closer." He paused, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "I have found some additional data in the archives. References to a central command structure among these super mutants. A figure known only as the Master. A terrifying intelligence that seems to be orchestrating their movements, their purification efforts. They believe they are creating a new, superior humanity." The Dweller listened, a cold dread seeping into their bones. An intelligent, overarching threat. This was far beyond anything they had imagined. "The data suggests that if we can strike at their leadership, disrupt their command, we might break their cohesion," Jackoran continued, his voice low. "It's a desperate gamble. But it may be our only chance." He looked at the Dweller, his eyes filled with a new, terrible request. "You are the only one who has faced the wasteland and returned. You are the only one with the experience, the knowledge of what lies out there. You are the only one who can do this." The Vault Dweller felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle upon them, heavier this time. They had just returned from one impossible mission, only to be asked to embark on another, even more perilous one. They were no longer just seeking salvation, they were now being asked to wage war against the nightmare. "Where do I go, Overseer?" The Dweller asked, their voice steady, though their hands clenched into fists. Jackoran brought up a new map on his terminal, a blurry, pixelated image of a vast, irradiated region far to the north, beyond Necropolis. A single ominous icon pulsed at its center. "The Cathedral," he said, his voice grim. "It's a pre-war military facility, heavily fortified, deep within the most irradiated parts of the wasteland. The archives suggest it might be the Master's base of operations. The source of the super mutant threat." He looked at the Dweller, his gaze pleading. "We need you to go back out there. To find the Master. To disrupt their operations. To stop them before they find a way to breach Vault 13. You are our last hope, Vault Dweller. Again. The vault dweller stood looking at the map, at the pulsing icon, then at the external camera feed showing the distant, green-skinned figures. The outside world, once a terrifying unknown, was now becoming a grim, familiar battlefield. They had saved their vault from an internal, engineered doom. Now they had to save it from an external, engineered nightmare. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and for the vault dweller, the true fight for humanity's survival against its own twisted legacy was about to begin anew. The hum of the vault, now steady and strong, was a constant reminder of what they were fighting for, even as the monstrous shadows outside grew longer and more menacing. The vault dweller stood before Overseer Jackorin, the flickering map of the cathedral, a malevolent beacon on the terminal screen. The hum of the vault, once a comforting lullaby, now sounded like a silent scream, 1,000 souls clinging to the thread of their existence. The weight of the water chip mission had been immense, but it was a concrete, solvable problem. This, however, was different. This was not about finding a part, it was about confronting a force, an ideology, a twisted vision of the future. It was about war. "I understand, Overseer," the dweller said, their voice steady, though a tremor ran through their core. The fear was still there, a cold knot in their stomach, but it was now tempered by a grim resolve, a hardening forged in the crucible of the wasteland. They had faced death, had killed, had survived. They had seen the ghouls of Necropolis, not as monsters, but as fellow survivors. The world outside was brutal, but it was also real, and they had begun to understand its harsh truths. The second departure from Vault 13 was a far more subdued affair. There were no cheers, no collective gasps of relief. Only the anxious, silent faces of the Vault community, their hope now mingled with a profound dread. Overseer Jackorin, his face etched with worry, handed the dweller a few more stimpaks, some precious radaway, and a handful of additional 10 rounds. Ilara Vance, her eyes wide with concern, offered a small, waterproof packet containing detailed schematics of Vault 13's core systems, a silent plea for the dweller to understand their vulnerability. Captain Mendez, her usual stoicism replaced by a rare flicker of emotion, simply nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible task. As the massive door groaned open once more, the muted, sickly yellow light of the wasteland revealed itself, no longer a complete shock, but a familiar, unwelcome reality. The acrid scent, the dry wind, the vast, indifferent sky, they were all part of the dweller's new normal. This time there was no hesitation. The vault dweller stepped out, their blue jumpsuit now patched and stained, a testament to their previous journey. They turned, offering a final, resolute glance at their people, before the grinding gears sealed them once again into the silent, terrifying embrace of the outside world. The first phase of the journey was a grim retracing of their steps towards Necropolis, the ghoul city now a known landmark, a potential source of further information. The wasteland, however, seemed to have shifted in their absence. Super mutant patrols were more frequent, their hulking forms a constant, terrifying presence on the horizon. The dweller honed their stealth skills, moving through the ruins like a shadow, clinging to cover, their Pip-Boy's Jiger counter a constant, low-level drone. They learned to interpret the subtle signs of super mutant activity, crude, painted symbols on crumbling walls, discarded human bones, and the distinct, acrid smell of their encampments. One such encounter, near the outskirts of a particularly desolate stretch of ruined highway, provided a chilling insight. Hiding amidst the debris of a collapsed overpass, the dweller observed a patrol of 3 super mutants. They were larger, more heavily armed than the ones seen near Vault 13, carrying crude but effective automatic rifles and heavy bludgeons. They moved with a disturbing, almost ritualistic precision, sweeping the area. One of them, a scarred behemoth with a rusted metal helmet, spoke in a guttural, broken common tongue. "Little ones wear hide. Must join unity. Master demands it." The word unity resonated with a cold dread. It was the first direct hint of the Master's grand design. The super mutant then gestured towards a pile of human skeletons, picked clean and arranged in a macabre tableau. Weak flesh. Master will make strong. Make perfect. The dweller barely breathed, the horror of their words sinking in. The master wasn't just killing. He was asterisk converting. He was actively seeking out humans to transform into these hulking, green-skinned monsters. The purification wasn't just about eliminating smooth skins. It was about forcibly evolving them into his vision of a superior species. The FEV, the forced evolutionary virus, was not just a weapon, it was the tool of his perverse creation. Upon reaching Necropolis, the dweller found the ghoul city in a heightened state of alert. Set, his leathery face grim, met them at the entrance, a scavenged plasma rifle clutched in his hand. Smooth skin. You return. Just in time. The greenskins, they are everywhere. Probing. Watching. They call it unity. They want us to join their master. I know, the dweller replied, their voice tight. I'm here to find the master. To stop him. Set snorted. Stop the master. Child, you speak of folly. The master is more than just a ghoul, more than a super mutant. He is a nightmare given form. But you helped us with the water. Perhaps you have earned more help. Set, in exchange for the dweller's continued assistance with maintaining Necropolis's water system and a few precious stimpaks, provided invaluable intelligence. He spoke of the super mutants' increasing boldness, their patrols pushing further south. He confirmed that their primary base of operations was indeed the cathedral, a massive pre-war church structure far to the north, but hinted at an even deeper, more secure facility beneath it, an old military base, rumored to be the source of their mutations. He also spoke of a powerful, organized group of tech hoarders far to the west, near the ruins of an old military installation, the Brotherhood of Steel. They hate the greenskins, Set rasped. They fight them. Perhaps they would aid you if you prove your worth. Armed with this new information, the dweller left Necropolis, heading west. The thought of finding allies, an organized force that understood the threat, offered a glimmer of hope. The journey was long and perilous, through vast stretches of irradiated desert and the skeletal remains of what were once sprawling cities. They encountered more signs of the super mutant advance, deserted settlements, gruesome kill zones, and propaganda posters crudely painted on crumbling walls, depicting green-skinned figures welcoming humans into a glorious, unified future. After weeks of relentless travel, the dwellers stumbled upon a heavily fortified outpost, nestled in the shadow of a massive pre-war military base. It was a fortress of reinforced steel, with automated turrets and armed guards in distinctive power armor patrolling the perimeter. This was the Brotherhood of Steel. Approaching cautiously, the dweller was immediately challenged by a patrol. Halt. State your business. A metallic voice boomed from within a T-51B power armor suit, its laser rifle leveled at the dweller. I am the Vault Dweller of Vault 13, they announced, holding up their hands. I seek an audience with your leaders. I have information about the Master and his super mutants. And I seek allies to stop him. The Brotherhood Paladins were wary, their training emphasizing suspicion of outsiders, especially one from a vault. But the mention of the Master and super mutants resonated. After a tense interrogation, the dweller was escorted deep within the hidden bunker, a marvel of preserved pre-war technology. They were brought before the Elder, a stern, imposing figure named Maxson, whose face was weathered but whose eyes burned with an ancient fire. He listened in grim silence as the dweller recounted their experiences, their journey for the water chip, the super mutant patrols, Set's intelligence, and the chilling revelation of unity and the Master's conversion process. Elder Maxon finally spoke, his voice gravelly. So the rumors are true. The Master truly seeks to unify the wasteland. We have been fighting these abominations for decades, Vault Dweller. We know their strength. We know their ruthlessness. But their leadership has always been elusive. You have brought us invaluable intelligence. He then revealed the Brotherhood's own extensive knowledge of the Master and the FEV. The Master, Maxon explained, was once a human, a brilliant pre-war scientist named Richard Gray. He was exposed to the FEV virus in a horrifying accident at Mariposa Military Base, the very base you are now standing beneath, Vault Dweller. The exposure, combined with a dip in a vat of FEV and interaction with the base's supercomputer, twisted him. He became a grotesque fusion of flesh and machine, his mind warped by the virus, convinced that FEV is the path to humanity's salvation. He believes the wasteland is a crucible, and only those unified by FEV can survive it. The Dweller felt a chill deeper than any vault chamber. Richard Gray, a scientist. The FEV, not just a random mutation, but a deliberate, perverse evolution orchestrated by a broken mind. His goal is simple yet horrifying, Elder Maxon continued. He seeks to dip all of humanity into the FEV vats to create a new, perfect race, the super mutants. He calls it the Unity. He believes he is saving us, purifying us from the flaws that led to the Great War. He is gathering an army, converting entire settlements, slowly but surely, preparing for a final, glorious unity across the entire wasteland. The Brotherhood had been fighting a losing battle against the Master for years, their numbers dwindling, their advanced technology struggling against the sheer numbers and brute force of the super mutants. They had located the Master's primary base, the Cathedral, and knew of the hidden FEV research facility beneath it, the remnants of Mariposa Military Base, where Richard Gray had been transformed. But they lacked the numbers for a direct assault. We cannot commit our full force to an attack on the Cathedral, Maxon stated, his gaze regretful. Our mission is to preserve technology, to rebuild, not to sacrifice ourselves in a suicidal charge. But we can provide you with resources, training, and crucial intelligence. The Dweller spent weeks with the Brotherhood of Steel, undergoing intensive training. They learned advanced combat techniques, not just with their 10 pistol, but with energy weapons, laser rifles, and plasma pistols, far more effective against the resilient super mutants. They were taught how to identify super mutant variants, their weaknesses, and their tactical behaviors. They learned about stealth, demolition, and the intricacies of hacking pre-war computer systems. They studied detailed maps of the Cathedral and the Mariposa Military Base, memorizing every corridor, every vent, every potential entry point. The Brotherhood also provided the Dweller with advanced gear, a set of reinforced combat armor far more protective than their jumpsuit, a powerful laser rifle, and a handful of specialized grenades. They even upgraded the Dweller's Pip-Boy, integrating Brotherhood data, including a more accurate map of the wasteland and detailed schematics of the FEV vats and the Master's rumored command center. During their time with the Brotherhood, the Dweller met other wastelanders, some of whom had fled from super mutant attacks, bearing horrifying tales of forced conversion. They also heard whispers of other factions, the ruthless raiders who preyed on the weak, the enigmatic children of the Cathedral who worshipped the Master, and the secretive followers of the Apocalypse who sought to preserve knowledge and aid suffering. The wasteland was a complex tapestry of survival, belief, and brutal power struggles. The Dweller also learned more about the FEV. Dr. Vri, a Brotherhood scientist, explained its horrifying mechanism. The virus doesn't just mutate, it rewrites the genetic code. It enhances strength, resilience, but often at the cost of intelligence and fertility. And for some, it causes a complete mental degradation, turning them into mindless, feral beasts. The Master, however, is unique. His exposure was prolonged, combined with the extreme radiation and the supercomputer's influence. It fused him, creating a vast, telepathic intellect that spans his entire network of super mutants. He is unity in a terrifying, literal sense. The Dweller's understanding of the Master's plan grew from a vague threat to a chillingly detailed vision of planetary conquest. The Master wasn't just a warlord, he was a messiah of mutation, believing he was saving humanity from itself. His goal was not just to destroy the old world, but to remake it in his own grotesque image. Vault 13, a bastion of unmutated humans, was not just a target. It was a resource, a source of new test subjects for his vats to be unified into his army. The weight of this new knowledge was almost unbearable. The Dweller had left Vault 13 to save their people from thirst. Now they were tasked with saving all of humanity from a fate far worse than death, a forced transformation into a monstrous parody of their former selves. The distinction between monster and survivor blurred even further. The Master believed he was the survivor, the ultimate evolution. Leaving the Brotherhood of Steel, the Dweller felt a profound shift. They were no longer just a Vault Dweller, they were a warrior, a scout, a hardened veteran of the wasteland. Their blue jumpsuit was now covered by Brotherhood combat armor, their 10 pistols supplemented by a laser rifle. But the locket, Jacorin's great-grandmother's heirloom, still rested against their skin, a tangible connection to the humanity they fought to preserve. The journey towards the cathedral was a final test of their resolve. They passed through the ruins of the hub, a sprawling, chaotic city built around a thriving water merchant trade. The hub was a melting pot of wastelanders, merchants, mercenaries, cultists, and desperate survivors. Here the Dweller gathered more rumors, more snippets of information about the Master's growing power, his children of the cathedral cultists who preached his gospel of unity, and the horrifying tales of human caravans disappearing into the northern wastes. The hub was a testament to humanity's resilience, but also its capacity for greed and fear, a microcosm of the broken world. The closer the Dweller got to the cathedral, the more pervasive the super-mutant presence became. Patrols were constant, their guttural commands echoing through the ruins. The air grew heavy with the stench of death and the metallic tang of radiation. The landscape transformed into a twisted, scarred battlefield, littered with the husks of pre-war tanks and APCs, and the skeletons of both humans and mutants. Finally, the cathedral loomed on the horizon. It was a colossal pre-war church, its spires still reaching towards the sickly sky, but its ancient stones now reinforced with crude metal plating, its windows replaced by hardened blast shields. It was a fortress, a symbol of the Master's twisted dominion, rising like a monument to a new, horrifying religion. Around it, a makeshift city of super-mutant encampments stretched for miles, a vast, green-skinned army preparing for their final, glorious unity. The Dweller activated their upgraded Pip-Boy. The Brotherhood's detailed schematics overlaid the image of the cathedral, revealing hidden entrances, ventilation shafts, and the sprawling network of tunnels leading down to the Mariposa military base beneath. The FEV Vats, the Master's command center, it was all there, a terrifying blueprint for their desperate mission. Hiding in the shadows of a collapsed skyscraper, the Dweller observed the sheer scale of the Master's operation. Thousands of super mutants, their numbers seemingly endless, moved with a chilling purpose. They were not mindless beasts, they were an army directed by a single, vast intelligence. The unity was not just a philosophy, it was a military objective, a terrifying vision of a world remade. The Dweller felt the familiar knot of fear, but it was now a cold, controlled fear, tempered by the knowledge and training they had acquired. They were no longer the naive Vault Dweller who had stumbled out into the unknown. They were a weapon forged in the fires of the wasteland, honed by desperation, and armed with the knowledge of humanity's true enemy. They looked at the locket, then at the pulsating icon of the cathedral on their Pip-Boy. The fate of Vault 13, and perhaps all remaining humanity, rested on their shoulders. The Master's grand design was clear: total conversion, a new species born of the FEV, a world without smooth skins. And the Dweller was the only one who stood in his way, a lone figure against a unified army, ready to delve into the heart of the nightmare and confront the twisted architect of humanity's supposed salvation. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and for the Vault Dweller, the final, terrifying confrontation with its ultimate horror was now at hand. The Vault Dweller, clad in Brotherhood combat armor, moved like a ghost through the desolate outskirts of the cathedral. The massive pre-war church, now a grotesque fortress of steel plating and scavenged debris, loomed against the sickly sky, its spires piercing the perpetual haze. Around it, the makeshift city of super-mutant encampments pulsed with a chilling, green-skinned life. Guttural commands echoed through the ruins, the metallic clang of crude weapons a constant, unsettling rhythm. The air, heavy with the stench of decay and the ever-present tang of radiation, seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of the unity the Master sought to impose. Every step was a calculated risk. The Brotherhood's training had honed the Dweller's senses, sharpening their instincts for stealth and survival. The Pip-Boy, now integrated with Brotherhood schematics, glowed faintly on their wrist, its map overlaying the cathedral's defenses with a network of hidden tunnels, ventilation shafts, and dormant security systems. The external perimeter was a maze of super-mutant patrols, their heavy footsteps shaking the cracked earth. The Dweller clung to the deepest shadows, moving through collapsed buildings and overgrown rubble, a silent hunter in a world of giants. The first line of defense was a series of crude watchtowers, manned by super-mutants armed with repurposed automatic rifles. The Dweller bypassed them, utilizing a hidden access tunnel marked on the Pip-Boy, a forgotten service conduit that led beneath the outer wall. The air in the tunnel was thick with dust and the metallic tang of ancient rust, but it offered a path into the heart of the beast. Emerging into the cathedral's lower levels, the Dweller found themselves in a labyrinth of cramped, unlit corridors, the smell of stale air and something vaguely organic clinging to the damp walls. Here the children of the cathedral, human cultists devoted to the Master, moved like shadows, their tattered robes concealing crude knives and scavenged firearms. They were the Master's eyes and ears among the smoothskins, fanatics convinced of his divine mission. The Dweller moved with extreme caution, disabling rudimentary security cameras and avoiding direct confrontation, their laser rifle held ready. The Brotherhood had emphasized stealth. A full-blown firefight here would be suicide. The cathedral's interior was a jarring fusion of sacred and profane. Stained glass windows, many shattered or boarded over, depicted scenes of pre-war religious iconography, now defaced with crude paintings of green-skinned figures ascending to a glorious, unified future. The pews were ripped out, replaced by makeshift barracks and storage areas overflowing with scavenged technology and human supplies. Propaganda posters, crudely drawn, adorned every wall, images of the Master, a grotesque fusion of man and machine, preaching unity to a sea of green-skinned followers. The message was clear: submit or be transformed. The Dweller navigated through the upper levels, bypassing cultist prayer halls where hushed, guttural chants mingled with the faint hum of machinery. They knew the Master's true lair lay far below, beneath the cathedral, in the remnants of the Mariposa military base. The Brotherhood's intelligence indicated a hidden elevator, disguised as a storage lift, that would descend into the FEV research facility. Finding the elevator proved to be a challenge. It was located in a heavily guarded sector, patrolled by elite super-mutants, larger, more intelligent variants armed with advanced laser weaponry. These were the Master's lieutenants, his most trusted enforcers. The Dweller used a combination of stealth and a carefully placed plasma grenade to create a diversion, drawing the guards away from the elevator control panel. The explosion echoed through the stone halls, a terrifying cacophony that sent cultists scrambling and super-mutants roaring. In the ensuing chaos, the Dweller slipped into the elevator, overriding its ancient controls with their Pip-Boy, and initiated the descent. The elevator shuddered, groaning its way down into the earth, a slow, agonizing plunge into the heart of the nightmare. The air grew heavier, thick with the metallic tang of chemical reagents and the unmistakable, sickening scent of FEV. The temperature dropped, replaced by the chill of deep rock and recycled, chemical-laden air. The walls of the shaft, initially rough-hewn stone, transitioned into reinforced concrete, and then into the gleaming, albeit rusted, metal panels of a pre-war military installation. This was Mariposa. Emerging from the elevator, the dweller found themselves in a vast, subterranean complex, a chilling testament to pre-war scientific ambition gone horribly wrong. This was a true military base, designed for secrecy and control, but now repurposed for the Master's grotesque experiments. The corridors were wider, lined with sealed blast doors and defunct laser grids. The hum of machinery was louder here, a constant, pulsating thrum that vibrated through the very floor. And then they saw them. The FEV vats. The sight was horrifying, a visceral punch to the gut that threatened to buckle the dweller's knees. A massive, cavernous chamber stretched before them, dominated by enormous cylindrical tanks, each filled with a viscous, glowing green liquid. Within these vats, suspended in the bubbling FEV, were human forms. Some were clearly identifiable as unmutated humans, their terrified faces frozen in silent screams, their bodies slowly beginning to bloat and distort. Others were in various stages of transformation, their skin turning green, their musculature expanding, their features twisting into the familiar, brutish visage of super mutants. Some were already fully transformed, their massive bodies floating inertly, waiting to be extracted and inducted into the Master's army. The air was thick with the cloying, chemical smell of the FEV, a scent that promised both life and utter monstrosity. Crude gantries and conveyor belts moved silently, carrying terrified humans scavenged from the wasteland, kidnapped from settlements towards the vats, their muffled cries echoing faintly in the vast chamber. Super mutants, larger and more heavily armed than any encountered before, patrolled the perimeter, their eyes glowing with an eerie, unthinking loyalty. The dweller's stomach lurched, a wave of nausea washing over them. This was the true horror of the Master's unity. Not just conversion, but forced, agonizing transformation. It was a factory of monsters, churning out a new species from the shattered remnants of the old. The locket clutched in their hand felt like a burning ember, a symbol of the humanity they were fighting to protect, now threatened with obliteration. They moved with renewed determination, their disgust fueling their resolve. The Brotherhood's schematics indicated the Master's command center was deeper still, an isolated chamber at the very heart of the facility, connected to a vast network of supercomputers that controlled the FEV process and coordinated his super mutant army. The path to the command center was fraught with danger. Automated turrets, long dormant, suddenly whirred to life, their laser beams slicing through the gloom. Security robots, ancient but still functional, scuttled through the corridors, their heavy chassis echoing. The dweller engaged them with the laser rifle, its powerful shots cutting through metal and wiring, but each encounter drained their precious stimpaks and ammunition. They bypassed locked doors with their hacking skills, navigated treacherous radiation traps, and fought through increasingly numerous and powerful super mutant guards. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of combat and stealth, they reached the final blast door. It was massive, made of reinforced steel, and humming with a low, powerful energy. The Pip-Boy indicated the Master's command center lay beyond. Taking a deep breath, the dweller initiated the override sequence, the door groaning slowly open, revealing the heart of the Master's domain. The chamber was unlike any other. It was a vast circular space, dominated by a grotesque, pulsating mass of flesh and machinery at its center. This was the Master. A colossal, mutated brain, scarred and veined, pulsed with an eerie light, connected to a vast array of pre-war computer terminals, life support systems, and optical sensors by countless tubes, wires, and organic tendrils. His voice, or rather his thoughts, resonated directly in the dweller's mind, a deep, resonant telepathic presence that was both ancient and chillingly intelligent. So you have come. The smooth skin from the vault. The one who defies unity. I have watched you. Your struggles. Your small victories. You are persistent, but ultimately futile. The dweller stood their ground, laser rifle raised, its targeting beam fixed on the pulsating mass. You are the master, they stated, their voice echoing in the chamber, a stark contrast to the psychic presence in their mind. I am unity, the master's thoughts resonated, a profound, chilling conviction. I am the future. The evolution. Richard Gray is dead. Long dead. What remains is a consciousness dedicated to saving humanity from its own destructive nature. Saving humanity. You are turning them into monsters. The dweller retorted, gesturing with their free hand towards the FEV vats they had passed, the images burned into their memory. Monsters. The master's thoughts were tinged with a strange, almost paternalistic pity. No child. Superior. Strong. Resilient. The smooth-skinned form is weak. Fragile. Prone to disease, to radiation, to the petty squabbles that destroyed the old world. Unity eliminates these flaws. It creates a single, perfect species, free from the divisions that plague your kind. The dweller remembered Dr. Vree's words, the critical flaw. Your superior species is sterile, master. Your super mutants cannot reproduce. You are not creating a future, you are creating a dead end. A momentary, unsettling silence descended upon the chamber. The pulsating mass of the master seemed to waver, a faint tremor running through the tubes and wires. The telepathic presence in the dweller's mind flickered, a momentary disturbance in its immense power. Sterile, a minor imperfection, the master's thoughts finally responded, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible defensive note. We will overcome it. Science will find a way. Unity will prevail. There is no way. The dweller pressed, sensing a vulnerability, a crack in his immense logic. The FEV makes them sterile. It is a fundamental flaw in your design. Your unity will die with the last super mutant. It is not evolution, it is extinction. The master's mass pulsed faster, his thoughts becoming a cacophony of conflicting data, ancient scientific theories clashing with his unwavering conviction. Impossible, the calculations, my logic is flawless. The FEV, it is the path, the only path, the dweller knew this was it. This was the moment. The master's power was not just physical, it was intellectual, his control over the super mutants rooted in his vast, telepathic intellect. If his logic could be broken, his entire empire would crumble. You speak of logic, master, but your logic is flawed by your own hubris. The dweller shouted, their voice ringing with conviction. You cling to a single broken solution, ignoring the fundamental truth of life itself. A species that cannot reproduce cannot survive. Your unity is a lie. The master's pulsating mass began to convulse violently. The computer terminals around him sparked and flared. His telepathic presence in the dweller's mind became a torrent of agony, a scream of 1,000 conflicting thoughts, ancient memories of Richard Gray mingling with the cold, absolute logic of the FEV. No, it cannot be. My calculations, my purpose, centuries of work. All for naught. No. Unity, unity, the chamber began to shake. Lights flickered, circuits overloaded, sending showers of sparks across the consoles. The Master's form writhed, its organic tendrils tearing at the wires connecting him to the supercomputer. He was breaking down, his vast intellect unable to reconcile the fundamental flaw in his grand design. A flaw, a fatal flaw, but the unity, the future. His thoughts became fragmented, desperate. The smoothskins, they will die without unity. No, Master, the Dweller said, their voice now softer, filled with a strange, tragic pity. We will survive. Because we adapt. We learn. We reproduce. We are flawed, yes, but we are alive. And we are human. The Master let out a final, agonizing, psychic scream that ripped through the Dweller's mind, a wave of immense pain and despair. Then my purpose is void. With a catastrophic surge of power, the Master's central mass exploded. It was not a physical explosion of fire and shrapnel, but a cataclysmic psychic and energetic discharge. The supercomputer consoles surrounding him shattered, their screens going dark. The FEV vats in the chambers above began to overload, their green liquid bubbling violently, their containment fields failing. The entire Mariposa military base, already unstable from 2 centuries of neglect and the Master's modifications, began to shake violently, groaning under the immense strain. The telepathic link, the vast, unifying consciousness that bound the super-mutant army, snapped. Across the wasteland, thousands of super-mutants, their minds suddenly severed from their guiding intellect, faltered. Some collapsed, their minds reverting to primal, confused states. Others, the more intelligent variants, looked around in sudden, terrifying bewilderment, their purpose gone. The unity was shattered. The Dweller, reeling from the psychic backlash, knew they had mere moments. The Brotherhood's final directive: if the Master was defeated, the FEV VATS ** must * be destroyed. The collapsing facility was doing that for them. They turned and ran, the laser rifle now a useless weight, their only goal escape. They scrambled back through the shaking corridors, the sounds of collapsing rock and exploding machinery echoing all around them. The FEV vats in the main chamber were rupturing, spewing their glowing green contents onto the floor, the chemical stench becoming overpowering. The remaining super mutants were in disarray, some fighting each other, others simply standing, lost and confused, as the base crumbled around them. The cultists shrieked, their faith shattered by the literal implosion of their god. The Dweller reached the elevator shaft, its cables snapping, the platform plunging into the abyss. They found an emergency access ladder, rusted but still clinging to the wall, and began a desperate climb upwards, the entire cathedral structure above them groaning like a dying beast. Dust and debris rained down, hot FEV liquid splattered against the walls, and the roar of the collapsing facility filled their ears. They burst out of a ventilation shaft on the cathedral's surface, gasping for breath, their body aching, their mind numb with the horror they had witnessed. The cathedral itself was beginning to buckle, its spires cracking, its reinforced walls tearing apart. A massive chain reaction of explosions erupted from deep within the earth, as the FEV vats and the ancient military base finally gave way. The ground convulsed and the cathedral, the fortress of the Master, imploded, collapsing inward in a maelstrom of dust, rock, and a final, blinding flash of green light. The shockwave threw the Dweller to the ground. They lay there coughing, their ears ringing, watching as the vast super-mutant encampments around the now-vanished cathedral erupted into chaos. Without the Master's guiding intellect, the army was leaderless, disoriented, and quickly fracturing. Some super-mutants ran aimlessly, others began to fight their former comrades, their individual, often limited, intelligences reverting to aggression. The unity was over. The Dweller, battered and exhausted, began the long, arduous journey back to Vault 13. The wasteland, though still dangerous, felt different. The omnipresent dread of the Master's growing power had lifted. Super-mutant patrols were fewer, and those encountered were often confused, less organized, sometimes even fighting among themselves. The threat was not entirely gone, but its backbone was broken. The journey was a blur of exhaustion, survival, and a profound, lingering sense of emptiness. The Dweller had seen the worst of humanity's self-destruction and its twisted attempts at salvation. They had witnessed the birth of monsters and the fragility of life. The wasteland had carved its lessons deep into their soul. Weeks later, a solitary figure, clad in tattered combat armor, their face weathered and grim, approached the familiar, low-lying hills of Vault 13. The hum of the vault was steady now, a comforting, familiar sound. The massive door which had sealed them in and released them twice was a symbol of both sanctuary and confinement. The Dweller pressed the emergency recall button. The gears groaned and the door slowly began to retract. Overseer Jackoran, Alara Vance, and Captain Mendez stood in the aperture, their faces etched with a mixture of desperate hope and profound relief. Behind them, the entire community watched, their eyes wide. The Dweller stepped back into the sterile, familiar confines of their home, their body aching, their mind heavy with the weight of all they had seen. They had saved Vault 13, and perhaps the nascent communities of the wasteland, from the Master's terrifying unity. But the cost was immense. They were no longer the innocent Vault Dweller who had first stepped out. They were a veteran, a hero, a survivor, but also a witness to horrors that would forever haunt their dreams. The cheers when they came were not as loud as before, but deeper, more resonant, filled with a profound understanding of the sacrifice and courage that had been displayed. Jackoran grasped their hand, his eyes filled with gratitude and a new, terrible understanding. "The Master is gone, Overseer," the Dweller rasped, their voice hoarse. "The cathedral, it's gone. His army, it's broken." Jackoran nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled community. The vault was safe. The water flowed clean. But the world outside was still broken, still dangerous, and now they knew its true, terrifying face. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and the Vault Dweller had not only survived its ultimate horror, but had fundamentally altered its course. Their journey was over, but the story of Vault 13, and its future in a world forever changed by their actions, was only just beginning. The vault, once a symbol of isolation, was now inextricably linked to the fate of the wasteland, its future no longer defined by its walls, but by the courage of the one who had dared to venture beyond them. The cheers that erupted in the main cavern of Vault 13 were deafening, a wave of pure, unadulterated relief that washed over the weary Vault Dweller. Hands reached out, grasping theirs, pulling them into the embrace of their community. Overseer Jackoran, his face streaked with tears, clapped them on the shoulder, a silent, profound thank you in his eyes. Alara Vance, clutching the water chip like a sacred relic, hurried it towards the engineering deck, her ghoul-touched hands surprisingly gentle. The hum of the vault, which had grown ragged and strained, now seemed to sigh in anticipation of its renewal. The immediate hours were a flurry of activity. The Vault Dweller, utterly exhausted, was whisked away to the medical bay, where Dr. Thorne and his team meticulously cleaned their wounds, treated their radiation exposure with precious Rad-X and Rad-Away, and provided a nutrient-rich meal. They observed the Dweller's weathered skin, the new calluses on their hands, the subtle shifts in their posture, and the haunted depth in their eyes. This was not the same individual who had left the vault. While the physical wounds were tended with practiced care, the deeper scars, etched onto the Dweller's psyche by the horrors of the wasteland, were beyond the vault's pristine medical technology. They ate ravenously, the bland nutrient paced a feast after weeks of scavenged, often dubious, sustenance. Yet even in the safety of the medical bay, their eyes constantly scanned the room, their body tensed, ready for a threat that no longer existed within these walls. The familiar, sterile air of the vault, once a comfort, now felt thin, almost suffocating after the vast, open expanse of the surface. Meanwhile, Alara Vance, working with a team of her most trusted keepers of the hum, carefully integrated the Necropolis water chip into Vault 13's purification system. It was a delicate procedure, requiring precise recalibration and minor rerouting of conduits to accommodate the slightly different pre-war design. But Alara, guided by the Dweller's crude sketches and her own innate engineering brilliance, accomplished it with remarkable speed. Within hours, the hum of the water purification system smoothed out, becoming the familiar, steady thrum that had been the vault's heartbeat for centuries. The water flowing from the taps ran clear and clean, its taste pure and sweet. A new wave of celebration, quieter but no less heartfelt, swept through the vault. The crisis was averted. For now. The following day, after a deep, dreamless sleep, the Vault Dweller was summoned to Overseer Jacquarine's office. Alara Vance, Doctor. Thorn and Captain Mendez were already present, their faces a mixture of relief and renewed seriousness. The air in the office, usually sterile, felt charged with unspoken questions. The Dweller entered, their combat armor removed, replaced by a fresh, clean jumpsuit that felt strangely constricting after weeks of freedom of movement. Their gait was still that of a wasteland wanderer, cautious and deliberate, their eyes darting, assessing. Vault Dweller, Jacquarine began, his voice softer than usual. You have saved us. You have accomplished the impossible. We are all deeply indebted to you. He gestured to a chair. Now we need to understand. Tell us everything. Every detail of your journey. Every encounter. Every observation. The Dweller recounted their odyssey, their voice hoarse but steady, the words flowing with a newfound clarity and authority. They spoke of the desolation of the wasteland, the mutated creatures, the constant threat of radiation. They described the Red Scorpion attack, the grim necessity of violence, and the daily struggle for food and water. They spoke of Seth and his ramshackle settlement, and how they had bartered for information, encountering human greed and suspicion. Then came their account of Necropolis and the ghouls, detailing their organized society, their struggle to maintain their own water supply, and the grudging respect they had earned from Set. They were not monsters, Overseer, the Dweller concluded, their gaze firm. They were survivors. Twisted by radiation, yes, but they had their own community, their own laws. They helped me, in exchange for my help with their pump. Jacquarine listened intently, his fingers steepled, his expression unreadable, a subtle tension hardening the lines around his mouth. Alara Vance took meticulous notes, her brow furrowed in thought, her engineer's mind fascinated by the practical adaptations of the ghouls. Doctor. Thorn looked disturbed, clearly grappling with the biological and societal implications of sentient, irradiated humans. Captain Mendez, ever practical, simply nodded, absorbing the tactical information, her gaze flicking to the Dweller's hands, then their eyes, noting the hardened resolve. The Dweller continued, describing the Brotherhood of Steel, their advanced technology, their disciplined structure, and their shared fight against the Master. They detailed their training, the weapons, the tactics, the grim intelligence about the Master's origins as Richard Gray and his FEV-fueled vision of unity. They spoke of the FEV vats, the horrifying process of forced conversion, the Master's flawed logic of sterility, and his ultimate psychic implosion. The cathedral, it's gone, Overseer, the Dweller finished, their voice dropping to a near whisper. His army is broken. Dispersed. The threat, it is not entirely gone, but it is shattered. For now. A heavy silence descended upon the office, punctuated only by the distant, steady hum of the revitalized water purification system. Jacquarine finally broke it, his voice low, almost a murmur. You have achieved more than we could have ever dared hope, Vault Dweller. You have not only saved us from thirst, but averted a catastrophe that would have engulfed the entire region. You are truly a hero. His words, however, lacked the warmth of genuine celebration. A cold, analytical glint entered his eyes. And in doing so, you have seen a world that none of us could possibly comprehend. You have interacted with societies, technologies, and moral ambiguities that fundamentally challenge everything we have built here. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the council, then settling on the dweller with an unsettling intensity. Vault 13 was designed as a control group, a pure, untainted baseline for humanity's rebuilding. We were to emerge, centuries from now, to a regenerated world, a blank slate upon which to rebuild civilization according to the old ways. The dweller felt a sudden, inexplicable chill, colder than any desert night. The overseer's tone had shifted, subtly but decisively. You Vault Dweller are no longer that baseline, Jacqueline continued, his voice hardening, each word a hammer blow. You have been exposed. You have been changed. You have learned of ghouls who are not monsters but survivors. Of super mutants who are not just brutes but products of a twisted ideology. Of a brotherhood that hoards technology and fights its own wars. You have killed. You have adapted to a world of chaos and moral compromise. Doctor. Thorne shifted uncomfortably in his seat, a look of dawning horror on his face. Alara Vance, however, remained impassive, her engineer's mind perhaps already anticipating the logic. Captain Mendez's jaw tightened, her eyes fixed on Jacqueline. Your knowledge, your experiences, your very presence here now poses a threat to the integrity of Vault 13, Jacqueline stated, his voice now devoid of emotion, a chilling echo of Vault Tech's clinical directives. You are a living embodiment of the wasteland. Your stories, however heroic, would sow discord. They would challenge our carefully curated history, our understanding of the world, our very purpose. They would inevitably lead to a desire for more interaction with the outside, a yearning for exploration that would expose our people to dangers they are not equipped to handle, and to moral ambiguities that would corrupt our societal framework. The dweller stared at the overseer, a profound sense of shock and betrayal washing over them. Overseer, I saved this vault. I fought for our survival. And for that we are eternally grateful, Jacqueline conceded, a flicker of genuine regret in his eyes quickly suppressed. But Vault Tech's directives for a control vault were clear. Preservation of a pure societal model. You are no longer pure, Vault Dweller. You are tainted by the wasteland. Your experiences, while vital for our immediate survival, are incompatible with our long-term objectives. He took a deep breath, the weight of his decision palpable in the room. Therefore, for the continued preservation of Vault 13 and its people, for the sake of the experiment and the future of humanity as Vault Tech envisioned it, you must leave. Permanently. The words hung in the air, a cruel, unexpected judgment. The dweller felt as though the floor had dropped out from under them. Exiled. After everything. Saved their vault from thirst, saved them from annihilation, only to be cast out. Overseer, you can't. Doctor. Thorne finally interjected, his voice strained. This is unconscionable. They are a hero. A hero, yes, Jacqueline replied, his gaze unwavering, but a hero whose continued presence would jeopardize the very society they saved. The people look to me to protect them, Doctor. Thorne. Not just from external threats, but from internal erosion. The fear of the wasteland is still strong. But the dwellers' stories, their very existence among us, would inevitably begin to chip away at that fear, replacing it with a dangerous curiosity, a desire for the unknown. We cannot afford that. We must remain a sanctuary untainted. Alara Vance, ever pragmatic, spoke up. Overseer, with all due respect, the dwellers' knowledge of the wasteland is invaluable. Their tactical insight against the super mutants, their understanding of ghoul society, to simply cast that out seems wasteful. Wasteful perhaps from a purely tactical standpoint, Jacqueline acknowledged. but strategically it is essential. The Dweller has provided us with a comprehensive debrief. We have documented their intelligence. We now know the nature of the threats. We can adapt our security protocols, our educational curriculum, to reflect this new reality. But the source of that knowledge, the individual who embodies it, must remain separate. They are the exception that proves the rule, the deviation that highlights the necessity of our isolation. Captain Mendez remained silent, her face a mask of conflicted emotions. She had trained the Dweller, had seen their courage and resilience. But she also understood the Overseer's logic, however cold. The Vault's survival, its purity was paramount. The Dweller felt a bitter laugh rise in their throat. So I am a hero, but I am also a contaminant. A virus that must be purged to maintain your pure society. A harsh analogy, Vault Dweller, but not inaccurate from Vault Tech's perspective, Jackoran said, a flicker of pain in his eyes. This is not a personal judgment. It is a necessary one. For the good of the 1,000 souls who depend on this vault remaining what it was designed to be, a control group. A stable, isolated environment, uncorrupted by the chaos that reigns above. He rose from his desk, walking to the viewing screen that showed the main cavern, now bustling with renewed, albeit tense, life. They are safe because of you. They will rebuild because of you. But they must do so in ignorance of the true cost and the true nature of the world you now inhabit. The Dweller looked at the locket, Jackoran's great-grandmother's heirloom, still clutched in their hand. It felt heavy, a symbol of a past they had fought to preserve, now rejecting them. The irony was devastating. They had become too much of what they were sent out to find, resourceful, adaptable, independent, and in doing so, had become incompatible with the very society that had shaped them. What about the Brotherhood? The Dweller asked, a desperate attempt to find a loophole. They are allies. They fight the Master. The Brotherhood of Steel is a powerful organization, yes, Jackoran conceded. And their efforts against the Master were undoubtedly beneficial. But they too are a product of the wasteland, a faction with their own agenda, their own moral compromises. We cannot allow ourselves to become entangled in their politics, their wars. Our purpose is different. Our purity is paramount. The Dweller realized the futility of argument. Jackoran was not speaking as a man, but as an overseer, a keeper of the Vault Tech doctrine, burdened by a secret knowledge that dictated this cruel fate. His decision was cold, logical, and utterly heartbreaking. When? The Dweller asked, their voice hollow. Tomorrow morning, Jackoran replied, his gaze unwavering. Quietly. Your belongings will be prepared. We will provide you with supplies, ample purified water, food rations, stimpaks, radaway, and additional ammunition for your laser rifle. Your combat armor, your Pip-Boy, they are yours to keep. Consider it a severance package. And a thank you. The Dweller simply nodded, unable to speak, the weight of their exile settling heavily upon them. They had left the vault as an innocent, driven by a desperate mission. They returned as a hardened survivor, only to be cast out again, this time by the very people they had saved. The wasteland had been a terrifying unknown, now it was their only home. Doctor. Thorn, unable to bear the silence, excused himself, his face pale with disgust. Alara Vance looked at the Dweller with a profound sadness, a silent apology in her eyes. Captain Mendez, after a moment of internal struggle, simply offered a curt nod, a warrior's grim respect for a fellow soldier, even in exile. The Dwellers spent their final night in Vault 13 in the medical bay, unable to truly rest. The hum of the water system, once a comforting sound, now felt like a mocking reminder of their sacrifice. They thought of the faces of the children, innocent and unaware. They thought of Set, the ghoul leader, who had shown them more nuanced understanding than their own overseer. They thought of the Brotherhood who had accepted them, trained them, and sent them to fight a war they had no part in. The morning came muted and heavy. There was no fanfare. No crowd gathered. Only Overseer Jackorin, Alara Vance, and Captain Mendez stood at the massive vault door, which slowly groaned open, revealing the familiar, sickly yellow light of the wasteland. The Dweller, clad in their combat armor, a satchel heavy with supplies slung over their shoulder, paused at the threshold. They looked back at the three figures, at the sterile, pristine corridors of the vault, at the life they had saved, and the life they were now forbidden from rejoining. Overseer, the Dweller said, their voice quiet, I understand your logic. But I hope that one day your pure society will understand that true survival, true humanity, lies not in isolation, but in adaptation. In learning from all forms of life, however twisted by the wasteland. Jackorin's face was unreadable, a mask of the Overseer. Perhaps, Vault Dweller. Perhaps. But for now, this is the path we must take. With a final, lingering glance at the home they had saved, the Vault Dweller stepped out into the vast, indifferent expanse of the wasteland. The massive door of Vault 13 groaned shut behind them, sealing them out, severing their connection to the only true home they had ever known. The acrid scent of the surface, the dry wind, the endless, indifferent sky, it was all familiar now. It was their burden, their destiny. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and for the Vault Dweller, their journey as a solitary protector, an unacknowledged hero, had just taken its most profound and lonely turn. They were no longer just the Vault Dweller of Vault 13. They were the wanderer, the outcast, forever bound to the wasteland, a living testament to humanity's resilience and its capacity for both profound sacrifice and chilling, calculated cruelty. The vault was safe, its water clean, its people preserved. But its greatest hero was gone, exiled to the very world they had saved them from, a solitary figure against the vast, broken landscape, ready to carve a new path in a world that had no place for them, yet desperately needed their courage. The massive door of Vault 13 groaned shut behind them, a final metallic sigh that seemed to echo the last breath of the Dweller's old life. The thud of its reinforced steel settling into place was not the comforting sound of sanctuary, but the definitive clang of a caged door locking them out. The hum of the vault, once the very pulse of their existence, was now a muffled, distant memory, replaced by the vast, indifferent silence of the wasteland, broken only by the dry whisper of the wind and the crunch of grit beneath their combat boots. The sickly yellow light of the surface, once a terrifying novelty, now felt like a familiar, if unwelcoming, embrace. The acrid scent of dust and decay, the metallic tang of radiation, the vast, open, indifferent sky, this was their new reality. But this time there was no desperate mission, no ticking clock driving them forward, no overseer's plea echoing in their mind. There was only the crushing weight of exile, a profound sense of injustice that settled deep in their bones, colder than any desert night. They stood there for a long moment, a solitary figure in their Brotherhood combat armor, facing the desolate expanse. The vault, a gleaming promise of salvation, now felt like a cruel mirage, its carefully constructed utopia revealed as a gilded cage, its benevolence a fragile illusion. They had saved it twice over, only to be deemed a contaminant, a threat to its manufactured purity. The irony was a bitter taste in their mouth, sharper than any thirst. The locket, Jackorin's great-grandmother's heirloom, still rested against their skin beneath the armor, a tangible connection to the humanity they had fought for. But its meaning had shifted. It was no longer a symbol of hope for a future within the vault, but a painful reminder of what they had lost, of the home that had cast them out. They were a hero, yes, but an unacknowledged one, a ghost in the annals of Vault 13's carefully rewritten history. Their Pip-Boy, now upgraded with Brotherhood tech, glowed faintly on their wrist, its map showing the familiar landscape around Vault 13 and the distant, dark smear where the cathedral had once stood. But there was no new quest marker, no clear objective. The only mission now was survival and the daunting, existential question of what next. The first few days were a blur of aimless wandering. The Dweller moved away from Vault 13, not with a destination in mind, but with the primal urge to put distance between themselves and the place that had betrayed them. Each step was heavy, laden with the weight of their experiences. They hunted, scavenged, and found temporary shelter in the skeletal remains of what were once homes, their movements efficient and automatic, honed by weeks of relentless survival. The wasteland, once a terrifying unknown, was now a grim familiarity. They recognized the tracks of mutated creatures, the subtle shifts in radiation levels, the edible, or at least non-lethal, flora. Their senses, once dulled by the vault's controlled environment, were now hyper-alert, constantly scanning for threats, for resources, for any sign of life in the vast emptiness. The combat armor, once a symbol of their temporary alliance with the Brotherhood, was now a second skin, its weight a constant reminder of the battles fought and the dangers still present. But the physical struggle was almost secondary to the internal one. The loneliness was a physical ache, a profound emptiness that gnawed at them more fiercely than hunger or thirst. Before, they had been driven by purpose, by the desperate faces of their people. Now that purpose was gone, replaced by a vacuum. They were free, yes, but free to wander an endless, broken world without a home, without a community, without a clear direction. They replayed Jacorin's words over and over in their mind. You are no longer pure. You are tainted by the wasteland. Your presence here now poses a threat to the integrity of Vault 13. The cold, clinical logic of it still stung. He had been a man burdened by a terrible secret, forced to uphold the twisted directives of Vault Tech. He had chosen the perceived purity of the many over the individual who had saved them. The Dweller understood the Overseer's rationale in a detached, intellectual way, but understanding did not lessen the pain of betrayal. They had seen the complexity of the wasteland, its moral ambiguities. Set the Ghoul leader had been wary, but had ultimately shown respect and offered aid. The Brotherhood of Steel, disciplined and technologically advanced, had their own rigid code, but they had also offered training and resources, recognizing a shared enemy. The Master, a being of immense intellect, had believed he was saving humanity, even as he twisted it into monstrosity. Nothing was simple out here. No one was truly pure or truly monstrous. Everyone was just trying to survive in their own way. And Vault 13, in its desperate clinging to an idealized past, was perhaps the most naive of all. As days stretched into weeks, the Dweller continued their solitary journey. They avoided the hub, the sprawling merchant city they had passed on their way to the cathedral. The thought of being among so many people, of having to explain their origins, of facing their judgment or curiosity, was too much. They preferred the quiet solitude of the ruins, the company of their Pip-Boy, and the echoes of their own thoughts. They encountered remnants of the Master's shattered army. Confused super mutants, their unifying consciousness gone, often wandered aimlessly, sometimes fighting among themselves, sometimes lashing out at anything that moved. The Dweller, now an expert in super mutant combat, dispatched them with grim efficiency or simply avoided them, a silent testament to the efficacy of their actions. The wasteland was indeed safer, but the scars of the Master's reign would linger for generations. One evening, sheltering in the skeletal remains of a pre-war gas station, the Dweller found a faded, tattered comic book. Grognak the Barbarian. It was a silly, primitive tale of a muscle-bound hero fighting monstrous beasts. As they read it by the faint glow of their Pip-Boy, a strange thought occurred to them. Grognak was a wanderer and outcast, a hero who helped those in need, but belonged to no one place. He was free, unburdened by the politics of settlements or the strictures of vaults. The thought resonated. They were an outcast, but they were also strong. They were capable. They had knowledge of the wasteland, of its dangers, of its fragile hopes. They had the skills to survive and the weapons to protect. What if their purpose wasn't to belong, but to protect? To be the unseen hand, the silent guardian, for those who couldn't protect themselves. This idea, born from the depths of their loneliness and disillusionment, began to take root. It was a new purpose forged not by vault tech, not by an overseer, but by their own will. They would not return to the vault, not now, perhaps not ever. But they could still honor the spirit of what they had fought for, the survival of humanity in all its flawed, messy, unpure forms. Their wanderings began to take on a new direction. They started to seek out small, struggling settlements, places off the main trade routes, places that wouldn't immediately recognize their vault origins. They observed from a distance, assessing needs, identifying threats. And then subtly they would act. Their first true act as the Wanderer, a name that began to be whispered in certain remote corners of the wasteland, happened in a small, desperate farming community, barely more than a collection of shacks built around a brackish well. The settlement was under constant harassment from a pack of feral ghouls, mindless, aggressive creatures that preyed on their livestock and occasionally their people. The farmers were too few, too weak, too ill-equipped to fight back effectively. The Dweller watched for 2 days, observing the ghouls' patterns, their numbers, their weaknesses. Under the cover of a dust storm they moved in, a silent, armored specter. The laser rifle hummed, its beams cutting through the gloom, dispatching the feral ghouls with clinical precision. It was swift, brutal, and utterly anonymous. By dawn, the threat was gone. The farmers awoke to find the ghoul corpses scattered around their perimeter, and a strange, powerful sense of peace. They never saw their savior, only the tracks of heavy boots leading away into the desert. This was the new path. To help but not to interfere. To protect but not to lead. To be a force for good without seeking recognition or demanding allegiance. They were an individual free from the constraints of any single community, yet bound by a profound sense of responsibility to the broader, struggling remnants of humanity. They journeyed north again, cautiously approaching Necropolis. Set, the ghoul leader, greeted them with a nod of recognition, his ancient eyes holding a flicker of something akin to respect. Smooth skin. You live. The greenskins, they are broken. Confused. Your magic worked. The Dweller spent a few days in Necropolis, quietly helping Set's technicians with their water system, offering advice on filter maintenance and scavenging techniques. They talked with Set, sharing observations about the wasteland, about the lingering threats, about the fragility of life. Set in turn offered his own grim wisdom, his centuries of survival having taught him a profound understanding of the wasteland's brutal logic. He saw the change in the Dweller, the deep-seated weariness, the hardened resolve, the profound loneliness. He understood what it meant to be an outcast, to be different, to carry a burden no one else could comprehend. Your people, Set rasped one evening as they sat by a smoldering fire, they cast you out. But you saved them. What will you do now, Smoothskin? I will wander, the Dweller replied, gazing into the flames. I will help where I can. I will protect those who cannot protect themselves. Set nodded slowly. A good path. The wasteland needs its ghosts. Its unseen hands. But remember, Smoothskin, the wasteland takes more than it gives. Take care that it does not take your spirit as well as your home. The words resonated deeply. The risk was not just physical but psychological. To remain human in a world that constantly sought to dehumanize, to retain empathy in a landscape of brutality, was perhaps the greatest challenge of all. Leaving Necropolis, the Dweller felt a renewed sense of purpose. Their exile, once a crushing burden, was now transforming into a unique strength. They were unaligned, unburdened by factional loyalties, free to move where they were needed most. Their knowledge of Vault tech, of the FEV, of the Brotherhood, and of the various wasteland factions made them uniquely positioned to understand the complex power dynamics of the broken world. They decided to head towards the hub, the sprawling merchant city. Not to settle, but to observe, to gather information, to understand the pulse of the surviving human settlements. The hub was a nexus of trade, rumors, and conflict. It was a place where information was currency, and where the dweller could learn more about the evolving threats and the desperate needs of humanity. The journey to the hub was a long one, through territories that were slowly, painfully, beginning to recover from the Master's reign. Small, newly confident settlements were emerging from the shadows, their people cautiously rebuilding. Raiders, however, remained a constant menace, preying on trade caravans and isolated communities. The dweller intervened where they could, a silent guardian, leaving behind only the evidence of their swift, brutal justice. Entering the hub was a sensory overload. The bustling market, the cacophony of voices, the smells of cooking food and stale liquor, the sheer press of humanity, it was a stark contrast to the desolate quiet of the wasteland and the sterile silence of the vault. They moved through the crowds, a silent, armored figure, their Pip-Boy a constant source of information, their eyes absorbing every detail. They heard whispers of the Wanderer, a ghost in combat armor who appeared out of nowhere to deal with threats, then vanished without a trace. They heard tales of a lone figure who had brought down the Master, though the details were often wildly exaggerated and attributed to various factions. The legend of the Vault Dweller, distorted and mythologized, was already taking root, even if Vault 13 would never acknowledge it. The Dweller established a new routine in the hub. They frequented the various information brokers, trading scavenged technology or caps for rumors of super mutant activity, raider movements, or desperate settlements in need. They learned the intricate politics of the merchant families, the fears of the common folk, and the desperate hopes that still flickered in the hearts of humanity. They operated from the shadows, a silent observer, a hidden protector. One day, they overheard a conversation between two weary caravan guards. They spoke of a new threat, a group of highly organized raiders, unusually well-equipped, who were systematically attacking caravans along a vital trade route. The raiders were led by a charismatic, ruthless leader known only as the Serpent. The guards spoke of their desperation, of the dwindling supplies in their settlement, of the fear that these raiders would choke off their lifeline. The dweller listened, their mind already formulating a plan. This was a clear threat, an organized evil that preyed on the weak. This was their purpose. They left the hub under the cloak of night, a solitary figure once more, heading towards the reported location of the Serpent's raiders. The wasteland called to them not as a place of exile, but as a canvas for their new purpose. The familiar hum of their laser rifle, the weight of their combat armor, the steady glow of their Pip-Boy, these were their companions now. The locket still against their skin was no longer a symbol of loss, but a quiet, fierce reminder of the humanity they chose to protect, the humanity that existed in all its messy, flawed, and beautiful forms, even if it had cast them out. Vault 13 was safe, its purity maintained, its people preserved in their ignorance. But the true future of humanity, the real struggle for survival and rebuilding, was happening out here, in the brutal, beautiful, and endlessly complex wasteland. And the Wanderer, the exiled hero, was ready to fight for it. Their journey was far from over. It had just truly, profoundly begun. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and in its unforgiving heart, a lone soul, forged in the fires of betrayal and purpose, was carving a legend, one silent act of courage at a time. The vault was a memory, a distant hum. The wasteland was home, and its suffering would be their guide. The Wanderer left the hub under the cloak of night, a solitary figure once more, heading towards the reported location of the Serpent's raiders. The wasteland called to them not as a place of exile, but as a canvas for their new purpose. The familiar hum of their laser rifle, the weight of their combat armor, the steady glow of their Pip-Boy, these were their companions now. The locket still against their skin was no longer a symbol of loss, but a quiet, fierce reminder of the humanity they chose to protect, the humanity that existed in all its messy, flawed, and beautiful forms, even if it had cast them out. Vault 13 was safe, its purity maintained, its people preserved in their ignorance. But the true future of humanity, the real struggle for survival and rebuilding, was happening out here, in the brutal, beautiful, and endlessly complex wasteland. And the Wanderer, the exiled hero, was ready to fight for it. Their journey was far from over. It had just truly, profoundly begun. The long, quiet age of the wasteland had indeed begun, and in its unforgiving heart, a lone soul, forged in the fires of betrayal and purpose, was carving a legend, one silent act of courage at a time. The vault was a memory, a distant hum. The wasteland was home, and its suffering would be their guide. The Serpent's raiders were a brutal, efficient force, unlike the scattered, desperate gangs the Wanderer had encountered before. They operated from a fortified encampment deep within a network of collapsed pre-war highway overpasses, a natural choke point that allowed them to ambush caravans with devastating effectiveness. Their leader, the Serpent, was rumored to be a former military officer, a tactician who had adapted his skills to the brutal realities of the post-apocalyptic world, trading the ideals of the old world for the raw power of domination. The Wanderer spent days observing the encampment, meticulously mapping its defenses, its patrol routes, and the habits of its inhabitants. The Brotherhood's training, coupled with their own battlefield experience against super mutants, made them a ghost in the ruins. They noted the raiders' superior equipment, scavenged assault rifles, heavy leather armor, even a few ancient, jury-rigged vehicles. This was no desperate band of scavengers. This was a nascent warlord's army, threatening to strangle the fragile trade routes that sustained the nascent settlements of the region. Under the cover of a moonless night, the Wanderer launched their assault. They moved with the silent precision of a predator, disabling sentries with quick practice strikes. The laser rifle, a gift from the Brotherhood, hummed a deadly tune, its crimson beams cutting through the darkness, dispatching raiders with silent, focused efficiency. Plasma grenades, used sparingly, created diversions, collapsing sections of the overpass or igniting fuel caches, sowing chaos and confusion in the raider ranks. The Wanderer sought out the Serpent directly. They found him in a command tent, poring over maps, his face illuminated by the flickering glow of a scavenged holotape player. He was a gaunt, sharp-eyed man, his movements precise, even in surprise. His scavenged military uniform, though tattered, still hinted at a bygone authority. He drew a heavy, custom-built revolver, its barrel gleaming ominously. A ghost then, the Serpent rasped, his eyes narrowing as the Wanderer stepped into the tent, laser rifle leveled. Heard whispers. The Wanderer. Come to clean up my mess, have we? Your mess threatens the lives of innocents, the Dweller replied, their voice flat, devoid of emotion. They had long shed the vault's polite intonations, replaced by the terse, direct language of the wasteland. The Serpent chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Innocent. There are no innocents out here, Ghost. Only the strong and the weak. I merely expedite the natural order. Survival of the fittest. Survival, yes, the Wanderer countered. But not at the cost of all hope. You take more than you give. You destroy rather than build. The Serpent lunged, firing his revolver with surprising speed. The Wanderer dodged, the heavy slug tearing through the tent fabric where their head had been moments before. The laser rifle barked, a crimson beam striking the Serpent's arm. He cried out, dropping his weapon, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. Before he could recover, the Wanderer closed the distance, a swift, brutal strike to the head with the butt of their rifle. The Serpent collapsed, unconscious. The battle raged for another hour, the raiders disoriented by the unexpected assault and the loss of their leader. Without the serpent's tactical mind, their organized resistance crumbled into panic chaos. The Wanderer, moving through the encampment, systematically dismantled their remaining defenses, disabling vehicles, destroying weapon caches, and incapacitating the remaining leaders. By dawn, the encampment was a smoking ruin, its raiders scattered, captured, or dead. The Wanderer left as silently as they had arrived, leaving behind no trace of their identity, only the undeniable evidence of their intervention. When the caravan guards, emboldened by the sudden silence, cautiously approached the encampment, they found the serpent's forces decimated, their leader bound and left for the grateful survivors to deal with. The trade route was clear. Supplies flowed once more. The grateful settlements whispered the name, the Wanderer, with a mixture of awe and reverence, a ghost in armor who brought justice to the lawless wastes. The legend began to take root, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Months turned into years, and the legend of the Wanderer grew, weaving itself into the fabric of the wasteland's oral history. They became a figure of myth, a silent protector who appeared when hope was lost, a force for justice in a world that often seemed devoid of it. They moved constantly, a nomad driven by purpose, their steps carrying them across the vast, scarred landscape, from the verdant, if still dangerous, plains of the west to the irradiated deserts of the east. They intervened in countless conflicts, breaking up new raider gangs that rose to fill the power vacuum left by the Master's defeat, repelling mutated beast incursions that threatened struggling farmsteads, mediating disputes over precious water sources, and even quietly aiding the fledgling efforts of the followers of the Apocalypse, who sought to preserve knowledge and provide medical aid to the suffering. The Wanderer never stayed, never commanded, never took credit. Their reward was the quiet knowledge that they had made a difference, that humanity, in its flawed, messy struggle, had another day to survive, another chance to rebuild. The constant exposure to the wasteland, its people, and its myriad challenges further refined the Wanderer's perspective. They saw the Brotherhood of Steel continue its mission of technology preservation, often clashing with other factions in its rigid adherence to its own doctrine. They observed the children of the cathedral, leaderless after the Master's demise, slowly splintering, some reverting to desperate scavenging, others seeking new, often less destructive, spiritual paths. They even revisited Necropolis, finding Set and his ghouls thriving, their water system maintained, their community stronger and more unified than ever, a testament to the Dwellers' earlier intervention. Set always greeted them with a knowing nod, a silent acknowledgement of their shared purpose, their shared burden of being different. The Wanderer's own internal landscape shifted. The bitter sting of exile from Vault 13 gradually softened, replaced by a profound understanding. They realized that Jacorin, in his own twisted way, had been right. They were changed. They were *tainted by the wasteland, not in a negative sense, but in a way that made them utterly incompatible with the sterile, idealized existence of the Vault. Their experiences had given them a depth of understanding, a moral flexibility, and a resilience that the Vault, in its sheltered purity, could never cultivate. They had found their true purpose because of their exile, not despite it. The Vault was a memory, a childhood home they could never return to, but the wasteland was their destiny, a canvas upon which they painted their legend. Meanwhile, deep beneath the scorched surface, Vault 13 continued its long, quiet vigil. Overseer Jacorin, burdened by his secret and the knowledge of the true world outside, ruled with a quiet, unwavering resolve. The water purification system, thanks to the Necropolis chip, hummed steadily, its clean water a constant reminder of the Dwellers' sacrifice. The immediate crisis had been averted, and Vault 13 had survived its engineered challenge. But the long-term effects of Jacorin's decision and Vault Tech's design began to subtly manifest. The official history of the water chip crisis was carefully curated, a miraculous, unforeseen failure, averted by the courage of a single, unnamed Vault Dweller who braved the horrors of the outside and returned with salvation, only to be lost to the wasteland shortly thereafter, a noble sacrifice for the greater good. This narrative reinforced the myth of the vault's impregnability and the dangers of the outside, cementing the community's insularity. The edited history became a powerful tool, ensuring the purity of Vault 13's societal model. Generations passed within the steel womb. The initial fear of the super mutant threat, though real, faded into abstract lore, another cautionary tale. Captain Mendez's enhanced security protocols remained in place, a constant, low-level reminder of external dangers, but never truly tested. Ilara Vance and her engineers meticulously maintained the vault systems, the Necropolis water chip humming at the heart of it all. Dr. Thorne, haunted by the Dweller's exile and the ethical compromises, eventually passed away, his conscience burdened by the secret. Vault 13 remained a bastion of order, health, and technological stability. Its population grew steadily, carefully managed to match resource output. Education continued, emphasizing practical skills for vault maintenance, but the spark of innovation, the drive for fundamental understanding that characterized the old world, remained muted. Why innovate when every need was met, every problem anticipated by the vault's design, and any true crisis was immediately handled by an overseer who held all the secrets? The purity that Jackoran had so fiercely protected came at a cost. The vault dwellers became increasingly complacent, dependent on their systems, and profoundly fearful of the unknown. The outside world was a terrifying enigma, a place of nightmares and death, carefully reinforced by the overseer's controlled narratives. The concept of individual initiative, of independent problem-solving beyond established protocols, atrophied. Their society was harmonious, yes, but also stagnant, predictable, and utterly unprepared for genuine, unengineered adversity. They were a perfectly preserved specimen, but one that lacked the adaptive resilience of the very wasteland they feared. Overseer Jackoran, as he aged, often stared at the blank screen of his private terminal, at the empty space where the vault dweller's profile once was. He knew the truth. He knew the cost of his decision. He had preserved Vault 13, as Vault-Tec had intended, but he had done so by sacrificing the very individual who had proven humanity's ultimate capacity for survival and adaptation. He had maintained the control group at the expense of its most successful subject. He wondered in his quiet, solitary moments if the Dweller was still out there, if their legend was growing, if they were truly building the future that Vault 13 was too afraid to embrace. Years turned into decades. The Wanderer, now a figure of enduring myth, continued their solitary journey. Their combat armor, meticulously maintained, bore the scars of countless battles. Their Pip-Boy, though ancient, was a repository of invaluable wasteland knowledge, a living archive of threats averted and communities saved. They were older, their face weathered, their movements still precise, but carrying the quiet wisdom of centuries. The wasteland itself began to change. The Master's defeat had indeed allowed for the rise of new settlements and a cautious expansion of trade. The Brotherhood of Steel, though still insular, found itself with a more stable, albeit still dangerous, region to protect, their efforts aided by the Wanderer's silent interventions. New factions emerged, some striving for peace and rebuilding, others succumbing to the eternal cycle of violence and greed. The Wanderer became a balancing force, a whispered name that struck fear into the hearts of raiders and brought hope to the desperate. One day, decades after their exile, the Wanderer found themselves inadvertently close to Vault 13 again. Not by design but by chance, tracking a particularly virulent strain of mutated creatures that threatened a nearby, nascent farming community. They observed the vault from a distance, a massive, silent monument to a bygone era, its steel door still gleaming, its hum still steady. They saw the faint glow of its external sensors, the occasional whir of a maintenance robot patrolling the perimeter. It was safe. It was pure. It was exactly as Jackoran had intended. But as they watched, they also saw the subtle signs of its insularity. The land immediately around the vault, untouched by human development for 2 centuries, was barren, uncultivated, a testament to their fear of the outside. No one ventured far. No one explored. No one tried to reclaim the scarred earth. Vault 13 was a perfectly preserved bubble, floating in a world it refused to acknowledge, and a future it refused to engage with. The wanderer felt no bitterness now, only a profound sense of melancholy. Their path was different. Their legacy was different. Vault 13, in its quest for purity, had chosen isolation. The wanderer in their exile had chosen engagement. They had embraced the chaos, the moral ambiguities, the brutal realities, and in doing so had become a living, breathing testament to humanity's true resilience, its capacity to adapt, to learn, to grow, even in the face of unimaginable destruction. The locket still against their skin was now a symbol of this greater humanity, a link not just to a lost past, but to a shared, uncertain future. The wanderer had become the true guardian of the old ways, not the rigid protocols of a vault, but the enduring human spirit of courage, compassion, and the relentless will to survive and rebuild, whatever the cost. The legacy of Vault 13, ironically, was not just its own survival, but the unintended creation of its greatest hero. Its desperate, calculated act of exile had forged the wanderer, the very embodiment of the adaptable, resilient humanity that Vault-Tec had sought to observe. While Vault 13 remained a pristine, isolated relic, the wanderer became the living legend of the wasteland, their silent actions shaping the course of a broken world, allowing humanity to tentatively, painfully, begin to find its footing once more. The long, quiet age of the wasteland continued, but it was no longer entirely quiet. Whispers of hope, of justice, of a ghost in armor, carried on the dry wind. The hum of Vault 13 remained, a constant, unchanging sound beneath the earth, a testament to a chosen isolation. But above, under the vast, indifferent sky, the wanderer walked, a solitary figure whose enduring legacy was the very possibility of a future forged not in sterile purity, but in the crucible of a broken world, one step, one act of courage at a time. Their journey, never truly ending, was a perpetual testament to the indomitable, adaptable spirit of humanity, forever wandering, forever protecting, forever a legend in the annals of the wasteland.